YouTube back alive. Alright, so that should come up here in just a second, and welcome back, YouTube. So what we're going to go ahead and do is get back into our Survivor Man Challenge. For those who are unfamiliar with what the Survivor Man Challenge is, it is basically we start with a chainsaw, $0, and a dream to try and build up a farm for pretty much nothing. And then on top of that, I'm not allowed to take loans or leases or sell the truck I gave myself at the beginning, which that was an extra thing I gave myself. And we just build up from there. We have been working on this challenge for a good long while, but we've been making some really good progress. We got the second largest cultivator the last stream, and so we are prepared to expand our territory again once I get $85,000, which will be the next time we sell our bread. And I haven't decided yet what we're going to be putting on that new tile. We've talked about potentially moving into getting grass and hay and silage to start raising cows and all that. We've talked about temporarily just expanding our crop. Hi, frame rate. I didn't want that at all. But yeah, so as you can see, we're in progress of getting all our fields handled. I don't remember exactly where we left off. Okay, so we're going to need water soon. Alright, so where's our vehicles? Because that's usually how I tell. Okay. So it looks like I was in the middle of harvesting these fields. Let's get the AI doing this field. You finished cultivating that field. And you were making the bales. So you've already got all that. So you're basically waiting in this field, so that's fine. You're sitting here because reasons. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab our bale loader and get these bales loaded. Yeah, so we're in progress of getting everything flipped over. We are on the end of harvesting our wheat for this year. And then I believe the canola is like in a month or two in game or something like that. It's soon. Alright. But we can pick up our bales of straw that we got left from the wheat. While the harvester does its thing. But yeah, it's been a fun one. So like it's been like this slow build up. The speed at which things are going are just going to get better and better. When I get this next field, that should increase the amount of money we make by somewhere in the ballpark of 40,000 plus per year, all depending specifically on what I do with it. And so you get the ideas. Every time I expand, if it's like an extra $30,000, $40,000 a year I make once I do an expansion, that adds up very quickly. And while some of that does require me to do more work, others will just ultimately give me the thing straight up, and then I don't have to worry about it. And now I got a full thing of this. So I can go sell that. I don't remember if I fertilize. I don't think we fertilized this. I don't remember. We can look at it. So the harvester's doing its thing. Yeah, so we're making more and more progress. Will be good. The things we have on our agenda is the next major thing we need to do is expand our land. Like right now, I've got the largest sprayer, the second largest cultivator, a pretty good tractor. The harvester is a really big pain point. So I think what we do is we expand our land to increase our profitability, and then the harvester will be the next move after that. Oh, it's this button. Alright, that's another 9,000 bucks. I really wish you'd pulled the bale hook back up, please. Thank you. And so pretty soon our harvester will be full. But yeah, now having the cultivator, like, the speed I can get through these fields is just way faster. The one big downside is it does add that I need to now add the extra step in of doing herbicide to kill the weeds that are going to show up, because when you cultivate, you get weeds versus plowing, you don't. But it's super fast to do. So it costs us slightly more to do, but at the same time, it's much faster. So kind of one of the major goals would be to get to the point where I can get through, in the time that it's been taking me to do like 1 year's worth of harvest kind of stuff, we could potentially get through more than 1 year all at one go. Alright, you're almost full, that's fine. And I actually think I have a whole extra, like, in-game month to deal with a lot of this. Are you gonna be facing the right way for me? No, you're not, are you? Nope, you're not. Alright. What we can do is we can have you start harvesting. Or not harvesting, cultivating. But yeah, so I'm pretty sure the next in-game day... We're sorted. So you... Yes, you're already fertilized. Oh, and it doesn't even say needs lime either. Okay. Let's grab the cultivator. Oh, actually, I need to move you out of the way, don't I? We still have stuff in there. That's inconvenient, actually. Trying to get as much of this set up as we can in time. I was trying to rush and, like, lower the move on, but I had to wait till it was done. So get you out of the way. Grab the cultivator, get in position in the next field, get that cultivating. Now the hope will be, now that we've got a cultivator as opposed to a plow, it won't fail nearly as miserably to do these fields. That's the hope. We'll see if it actually pans out that way. It is folding up so I could turn around a little bit easier. Right, you're going here. All right. Yes, I'll take a couple loads to get to the whole field. But yeah, where before I'd be able to get the harvesting done in this field entirely finished before that could finish plowing the field. Most likely, I'm gonna be barely halfway through the rest of the field and that'll already be done. But we'll get there. Everyone's like, Farm Sim! Yep. Yeah, no, I took a couple days off. We were doing some city building stuff, some Twitch integration stuff. Good times. As I mentioned previously, I do think I want to do like a mix of stuff on the channel. That kind of stuff. 6EA, I guess Harvester is the bottleneck now? Yes. Equipment-wise, the new bottleneck is now our Harvester. It's our Harvester, and otherwise just having another big tractor. Those are the two things I could do to massively speed up my process. If I get a bigger Harvester, obviously I can get all that going. If I get a second tractor with stuff like this, where I've got that one cultivating, I could have one cultivating, one putting down the fertilizer. What that? Alas, Harvester is giga money? Yes. Yes, it is. The Harvester is not cheap. Also, as a second reminder, for anyone who's on the Discord, just a reminder, we did change the roles on it. It used to be we had like a ton of game channels, and those are all still there, but you won't see them. Basically, the big change was that instead of just automatically being able to see like all the different games channels, it could be a little bit of a clutter. So what ended up happening is we did add it so like if you wanted to see the Farm Sim role or the Farm Sim channel, there's a Farm Sim role and stuff like that, just to help knock down the noise a little bit to reduce all that. You react and boom. Yep. And so I'll probably do that whenever we add a new game to the games categories, whatever, is I'll probably just add a thing there. Now, it is not the super easiest thing for me to do, because it is those things I have to like remake the command each time, I believe. But it's not terrible. So I won't be adding a channel for every single game we ever play. But there's a game I do tend to be playing a lot of, or there seems to be a lot of interest in, I'll definitely be worth making a channel for. Yeah, no, like Farm Sim on there, like there's a good chance SnowRunner could go on there. We've been playing enough SnowRunner that I think it would make sense to do so. Because we're what, 5-6 streams into it or whatever now? Alright. Oh, when do we do our next round of seeds? So we harvest the sorghum next in-game day. And then we do the seeds the day after that. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Now my curiosity is, will people's interest in SnowRunner hold? That's always one of the catches with so many new games, is like when it's new, like there's that, oh, I haven't seen you play this before. A lot of games do really well, whereas it is one of those things that when it stops being new, like how much do people stick around? Because sometimes they'll stick around long term and it's excellent. Other times it's kind of one of those ones that they'll pop in, you'll watch for like 4 or 5 streams, and then people are like, ah, well, now it's not. Like, I've seen this before, I don't actually want to see more of it. Like, it's more the interest of seeing someone you haven't seen play the game for the first time kind of thing. See, I think it will for a while. Apparently it takes hundreds of hours to beat, though. Yeah, and that's the whole thing, is I don't think people's interest will stay that long. I could be wrong. Like, that's not a good, bad, or otherwise for the game. It just is the nature of a lot of games, unless you main it kind of thing, a lot of games won't hold people's interest quite that long. It's one of the reasons you don't see me do very many story-driven games on the channel, unless they're like kind of one and done, really quick kind of games that you can knock out in like 1, 2, 3 streams. Is at least for this channel, getting someone to stick around for, that kind of game hasn't proven particularly good. It seems like a lot of the people on this channel tend to enjoy games that are more, they have better systems to them that allow for replayability, and if they happen to have a story, okay, but the story isn't the primary thing that brings people in. But that's more the audience I've built than anything indicative of, like, the internet at large or whatever. What do you call singing cheese? I have no idea. I'm sure it's a pun. Let's see, you've loved Farm Sim, but I never thought it would interest me. Like, you've loved watching it? Dairy Oak. Okay. Like, you're saying you find them interesting to watch, but, like, actually playing is, like, you just, like, eh, or the other way around. Yeah, it's very relaxing to watch. Gotcha. I mean, that's totally fair. I know from when I was playing Project Zomboid, I very often got that feedback from people who were like, oh yeah, like, they tried to play Project Zomboid, and it just, they didn't have fun. It just wasn't their jam. Which is absolutely fair. But, they very much enjoyed watching Project Zomboid. That there was a pacing to it and all that that generally made it enjoyable and whatnot. And I totally get that. And there's games that I've enjoyed. Like, I enjoy watching Dwarf Fortress. I don't enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress. And that's just my personal tastes and all that. Like, which, for whatever it's worth. Like, I like the storytelling that Dwarf Fortress does, but for me, the gameplay side of it, like, I know a lot of people bash the UI. It's the UI. That's my issue. It's too obtuse. But, like, all the silly nonsense stories it makes, yeah, count me in. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and I got one more pickup for the harvester, and then that'll be done. And that field's finished being cultivated right now. I'm not going to go ahead and queue up the next one. I'm going to let them finish and be done with it. And what we'll end up doing is we'll take this vehicle, we will get the last of the wheat, and then we'll end up running that over. We'll also need to check to see if our granary needs to be emptied yet or not. Yeah, there's plenty of games. That's not unusual thing, that there are lots of games that are fun to watch. Like, there are games that I had creators I would watch playing those games that, like, I had burnt out on the game, but I still, like, I enjoyed, for one, the creator's content in general, but also, I still enjoyed watching the game. There was, like, whatever the pain points were of the game, they stopped being, you know, hey, that was a little inconvenient, they became the I cannot stand this anymore kind of things, which is what happens when you put in lots and lots and lots and lots of hours in the game. Kind of my joke is there'll be, like, a game, it'll have those, like, couple, like, minor jank, inconvenience, weird little pain points. You're like, oh, that's kind of weird. Whatever, not a big deal. But then when you start getting to, like, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 hours in the game, what was a mild inconvenience when you first started playing has now reached the point that you just cannot stand it anymore. Like, the very thought of dealing with it is, like, insurmountable to you because it has been so long. I haven't gotten that way with RimWorld, but I feel like if it wasn't for the modding scene, I would have been there over 1,000 hours ago. That if you played a straight-up vanilla RimWorld, there are just a lot of things that, you know, they're quirky, janky stuff that's like, oh, that's a weird decision that they went that way. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and kick that off for right now. We'll finish the straw later. I want to go get the... Let's actually check our buildings. So sheep should be fine. We already topped them off. You're all fine. They're starting to back up a little bit. You are solid on the flour. Okay, so I shouldn't have to process any of this stuff right now. So we're just waiting on the harvester real fast to let it finish doing its thing. And I'll be ready to advance the day. Then I'll take the harvester and repair it. Then I'll put it over there to deal with the sorghum. And then we'll be getting on to the next fields and all that. Now, I still don't know what the rules are when it comes to dealing with the herbicide. If, like, I've already fertilized and cultivated the field, now tomorrow I don't do the seeding, it's the day after. So if I have weed show up and I hit it with the herbicide, if it's just sorted, or I have to do the seeds and then hit it with the herbicide, or like how that order of operations work, we'll figure it out. I love you. I had cheese in my mouth, so I couldn't answer. Tomb just walks in. We had gotten cookies the other day, and so she brought me the box of cookies. Because there's one more cookie for me. I was deliberately just trying to keep the box out of frame because you put it right where the Lego camera points. Because that's the name of the cookie place, so it's like, all right, don't get me wrong, it's a chain, but at the same time, like giving exact name of place you go to eat and all that are nearby you, it's like, yeah, let's not do that. That's how you accidentally dox yourself. It's like people figure it's like, okay, you're in Central Florida, okay, you have this restaurant near you and that restaurant near you, and you went there, you know, and you start narrowing it down more and more. Like, don't get me wrong, if people are motivated enough, they'll figure it out. But handing them the answer, not the move. Alright. You're in Florida? How's the cold? Florida's not bad. It's a little nippy. This is one point I would not like playing this game, working in the dark. Well, that's the thing. Normally, I don't work in the dark if I don't have to. And you could, like, one of the things you can do is you could turn, like, the time in the game down to, like, 1x speed. And then just, you know, when you finish your work, you fast forward and you never have to worry about working in the dark. And I've debated doing that a couple of times. I think there might even be a setting where you can, like, disable the day-night cycle. If not, I'm sure it's in the mod. Yeah. You can actually set it so literally an in-game day takes 48 hours. It was minus 18 Celsius the other day. Which for me is like 2 Fahrenheit. Stock the restaurant. Well, like, it's one of those things that happens to people. Like, very, very genuinely, they don't, you know, they don't figure out where you live, but they figure out the area and one of the restaurants you go to regularly. And you have people who do that to content creators. Do I expect it to happen to me? Not really. But for most of the people who it does happen, also, they assume not really. Like, that's just it. Alright. You can turn night off unless you sleep till like 7 or so in the morning. Or say you can't. But yeah, you can also, like I said, you can make it a 48-hour day in game. Well, that sucks. It's interesting that it says the weather's not supposed to be rainy, but we're clearly in the rain. Alright. So first step, we need to get this dealt with. We will want to wait until it stops raining to actually start the harvesting, but that's fine. You guys think the weather predictor tell you wrong? Let's actually see what it says in the weather in game. Weirdly, so I've mostly had anytime it gives a weather prediction. This is, I think, the first time the weather predictions have been just straight up wrong in the game, so The issue is I don't want to harvest my sorghum in the rain. When you're harvesting in the rain, you actually take a penalty on how much you get from it. The idea being like your crops stick to stuff or, you know, get washed out or whatever. That just genuinely you don't want to harvest in the rain in the game. But we can deal with that. But yeah, no, the problem is that we were trying to get another harvester, it's going to cost us a bunch. Just checking the sales. Nothing we're going to buy right now. Something like that would be nice. Get like a giant one of the harvesters or whatever for one of the other processes. Wifey, you did brought me a cookie. I assume you're going to Betty bye?
Yeah, I'm going to Betty bye.
That's so sad.
Yeah, it's so sad. I won't be with hubby because I'll be in Betty bye.
Uh-huh. But it is a responsible thing to do.
Yeah, I'm responsible.
I'm the very last Lardine. I'm Leonette. Oh, say. What? Why is it funny?
They do.
Hi, Jay Walker 76.
Yes.
76. What do you call singing cheese? Hi, Dark Dragos. Hi, it's just GTV. GTV. You can hear my sleeves.
Yes, I can hear your sleeves going. Woof, 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 woof.
Karaoke. Hi, Jedco66. Hi, a Night Dweller. That was funny, Dark Dragos.
Okay, it seems like the rain's done so we can harvest our sorghum. And with that, you're off the bed. Alright, Night Dweller, you have a good one.
Have a good night, a Night Dweller. Perfect for the Night Dweller. Hi, OG Mana. The mouse told me that too. Yep. Okay, I'm also going to the Betty Buys.
Alright, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
You stay the most handsome boy ever of all time.
But I'm not that to begin with.
Oh no.
Except,
No!
it's okay.
No, I have to have married the best.
Yeah, I'm not Raj.
Oh, Raj.
Alright, well, I love you.
Love you. He's not Raj.
Alright, you sleep well as well, very last Lardine. Oh, Raj. Is that what we're going to do when we're playing other games where you have to, like, name your characters? And we have one who's, like, clearly meant to be, like, the dapper, well-dressed, charismatic person. We're just gonna name them Raj. Wait, Pirate Software used to work, with or is still working with Blizzard? I have no idea. I haven't paid much attention to Blizzard stuff in a while. I see your fields are getting bigger. They're actually... I think that's the same size it's been for a while now. A good couple weeks, I think. Either way. Alright, so we got all that set up. Yeah, I think I can get away with this. Because I'll finish this process, then I need to get gas and do maintenance. And all that. Okay, off to bed now. I get distracted and forget I'm supposed to be sleeping. It happens. Alright. That happens. I've done that where it's like I've seen some emotes like whose emotes are those? Those are amazing. And you pop is like, is this a channel I'd actually be interested in? Because if so, maybe I might grab me some emotes. Unfortunately, it doesn't usually end up being that way. Like I'll have this person be like, oh, they got some great emotes. It's like, what does this person play? Oh, they play Call of Duty. It's like, oh. I mean, that's cool and all, but that's not really my jam. Yeah, I probably won't enjoy watching this. And they could be a perfectly lovely creator. But it is one of those things like, oh, this game generally doesn't interest me. Never mind. Alright, so let's get the last of the straw picked up. Yeah, so Twitch Turbo did become available on mobile. The one thing to keep in mind, with every type of transaction on mobile, you are going to get hit with the surcharge that whatever platform puts on Twitch. So like where Apple charges Twitch, it's like an extra 15-30% on any money they make. They do pass that charge forward to you. So getting Twitch Turbo on your phone costs literally 30% more than it does to do it on Twitch. But it works on both places. So if you are going to get Twitch Turbo, it's worth getting on your computer, signing up for Twitch Turbo, and then using it on your phone. And it's not Twitch trying to gouge you or whatever like that. That is very genuinely, whether you're on Google's Play Store, Apple's Play Store, or whatever, they do charge, you know, Twitch money to do transactions on the platform. And it's just they take whatever fee that platform is charging them and they just add it on. Versus when they do it on the website, they don't get charged an extra fee, so they charge the amount they actually intend to. So there's always a thing to keep in mind. And it's not just Twitch. Anytime you're doing any type of transaction, there's like the mobile or the website, the vast majority of the time, the website's going to be like 15, 20, 30% cheaper than it will be to do it on the phone. Or I should say, in the app. But see, there was a channel that you watched for about 10 minutes, never followed them because it wasn't my jam, never said a thing in chat, but I started receiving gift subs over there. Oh yeah, so it's just there's a whole thing with the way Twitch tries to prioritize gift subs, and it's not a lock-in that it does A, then B, then C. It's just it has kind of a weighting, so it's more likely to do one or the other. Active viewers are more likely to be given gifted sub than people who are not currently watching. People who have watched the channel in the past are more likely to be gifted subs than people who have never gone into the channel. And I believe, generally speaking, it won't randomly give it to someone who's not been in the channel unless it starts running out of people to give it to, which usually only happens when you're talking like a very small channel and someone drops in there and just like drops like 100 gifted subs or whatever. It's about the only time you see that, where you just start randomly throwing gift subs out to people who have never been to the channel ever at any point. But yeah, if you've ever been to a channel ever at any point, you do have the opportunity of potentially being gifted a sub to them. Yeah, it lasted for something like 5 months because of the amount of gifted subs over there. Oh yeah, that happens. That's I always get the questions like, oh, like how many viewers do you need to like be able to full-time stream? That's like, that is a very complicated question with a very complicated answer that isn't going to get you what you're looking for, because everyone has a different, you know, cost of living. Some channels, you have lots of people being very generous with bits and subs and donations and all that. You have other channels who, you know, they get pretty close to none. And so it can be like really kind of all over the place. You typically tap the name and go and directly gift to the person you want instead of doing the roulette wheel. Yeah, it depends on your goal. You also have people who just type in meme names and all that, because that's another thing. If you've never been to a channel and someone directly gifts a sub to you by name, that happens. Not as often, though. All right. Negative gifted sub from challenge you dropped in for like seconds? Yep. All it cares is, have you ever been here before? That's what it's checking. And like I said, it's not a guarantee. It doesn't go through like everyone who's actively tuned in. If none, then it goes to the next one. It is a waiting system. So you are more likely to get a sub while you're actively tuned in than you are if you're not. And then you're more likely to get a sub if you have ever been to that channel than if you haven't. And then, like I said, you usually only get a sub to a channel you've never been there if someone manually types your name in, or they've run out of people to give it. Yep, tomorrow is Monday. I'm just going to fold this up for a second. Grab our bale loader. And grab those last 5 bales we've got over there. And then we can sell this straw. And then after we sell the straw, we're going to go ahead and get all the stuff cycled around using the flatbed. And after we do all the stuff with the flatbed, then we'll get the last field cultivated. We'll get them all fertilized. And after we get them all fertilized, tomorrow we seed. So at one point, you got a gift sub from a channel I've never watched or heard of, in a category I've never looked at. Made me Google whether that channel is associated with some kind of scam. Nah, likely it was someone who's like super generous. Came in, dropped, you know, like 100 subs, 200 subs, whatever it took it, and it went past there. And then, you know, like Twitch is like, okay, this person's only ever had 80 people in their channel. We just got a 100 gifted subs. Okay, Twitch at whole, chuck out 20 subs out to the, you know, the entire everything. Alright. Let's see, Enoch said, I could seriously consider receiving gift shows on channels I don't follow, but then I thought if someone is going to spend money anyways, and I'm active at Twitch, I could still use their emotes. Yeah. There's not really a big incentive to disable them so far as like the only reason I would like disable them kind of thing is like if you were getting gifted subs to channel, you're like, look, man, I'm not okay with what that person's doing. Like, if there was content, you're like, nah, fundamentally, I want to keep this at distance. But even then, I don't know. Up the channel at 20,000 followers. I mean, maybe they got more than 20,000. There was like a weird run for a while there that people were trying to like just set records to the most the most subs and all that, and like one person would beat the record and then the next one would beat the record, and it got pretty wild there. You'd start hearing ridiculous numbers. But of course, at the same time, like you're just sitting here jealous, being like, "Oh man." Like, the amount of money they're making off that, it's like, oh man. Like, that is a life-changing amount of money. You ever see that make it a Storge? You don't get a sub, you don't know what happened? I receive a decent amount. Why am I going a whole way around? I can just do that. Yeah, you did hang out in Pirate Software channel for a while, but never got a random gift sub. They had pretty cute emotes. I was saying, it's like, I don't understand why people are going woo. Oh, it's Soul Adams being happy that I'm playing Farm Sim. That's fair. How is the bakery doing? Is that something I gotta worry about? I gotta play flour. Okay. Drop this off in here. Make sure we keep our bakery running. Oh, I think the only reason it was over there on the other side was just the loop around. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. As well as cases where you're just like, wait a second, I'm like 99.9% sure I saw the channel. I've had sometimes like, did I like pocket unfollow someone? It does seem like I've had plenty of times there's channels I know for a fact I was following that suddenly I'm not. And we got Soul Adams on a 15 stream streak. Congratulations. Thank you so much for catching all those streams. Okay, so you need to move in this case. Twitch and follows if you miss something like 20 streams. Well, I know that's not accurate. Because there's definitely channels that I haven't tuned into for like a year that I'm still following. They're still going. Can you give me a shout out? You stream a lot? Nope. That is not how you do that. If you're someone who actually doesn't know how to approach that, and I'm just gonna assume you're trolling, but I'm gonna go on the kindness side. Here's a hint. You just don't hop into a channel asking for someone to raid you or to shout you out or stuff like that. That's considered to be like a major faux pas. That's just not considered normal or acceptable behavior. There is what's known as Twitch etiquette. If you do want people to shout you out, you don't go to their channel and announce that you stream or anything like that. Hang out, be part of the community. That's all good and excellent. And then if that person happens to notice you stream, they will likely shout you out. Different people are different. It's also those things, one way that people do find out that you do stream is by the fact that if you raid them or raid other content creators they know, they will generally start to notice. And then when they see you pop in their channel and start, being an active participant, then they'll likely shout out. I'm actually very generous with my shoutouts generally, but if someone asks for one, Unless it's someone I know, like, that they're trolling kind of thing, that's like, okay, you know, usually they're trolling literally that situation that we just had there a second ago, or someone popping in and doing that. Like, the vast majority of the time, usually what'll happen is they'll just do it as a joke for that. But yeah, never ask that kind of stuff, because if you think about it objectively, what you're asking. Imagine we're talking like network television. You've got NBC over here, they're having a show, and an advertisement comes on that says, hey, go watch ABC. It's kind of a jerk thing to do. Go watch the other program. Now, obviously, if we're sitting down and having a conversation and it's good, and you also may kind of be like, oh, no, you should check out their show. Their show's excellent. But yeah, you don't just do that in the middle of it. It's considered rude. Or for a similar one, imagine you're sitting there, you got tickets to a concert, you're at the concert, and like, you know, they got the band playing on stage, and like, one of the supporting people for a rivaling band is like, hey man, it's all good that you're here, but you should really be at the place next door where this other band is playing. They're much better than this band. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but that's how it ends up feeling. And that is how to get thrown out by security in seconds. Which is basically what the moderators do. And I am very thankful for moderators. Yeah, you get shoutouts by networking. It's the same reason why, like, people shouldn't expect or want follow for follow. Where it's like, if I follow you, you just inherently follow me kind of things. Because one, that's just not how it works. But two, those followers don't mean anything. Because they're probably not going to tune into you ever. So you just made a vanity number bigger. And while your follower number doesn't mean nothing, it doesn't mean much. Like, very, very genuinely, you'll see channels that have 20, 30,000 followers, and only, like, 5, 10 people are tuning in, because, you know, maybe they were bigger in the past, and now they're not, or whatever came to be that changed that. And that doesn't mean anything. You also have people that are only sitting on, like, 3,000 followers, and every night they're turning in having, like, 400 people present. So it's just not an important number. Now, don't get me wrong, it implies good things. So it's not like having a big follower count is a bad thing or anything, but it's by itself. Thing. You already failed because they got the attention they wanted? Not really. Because if they're trying to do that, I mean, okay, so if they're trying to troll to, like, make a scene and upset me, like, I'm not upset. It's just kind of like you shake your head like, man. But, if they are genuinely trying, because I've had people who pop in who I know know stream, who like pop in and be like, hey, you should definitely follow my channel or whatever, or please shout out my channel or whatever. And they thought that was like a good approach to doing it, even though they know it'll anger people or piss them off or whatever. You get sponsorships by follower number? You get paid by sponsor by viewer number? I wouldn't agree. Most of the sponsors I run into, they don't ask you for your follower count. They only ask you for your concurrent viewer count. Like, very much nowadays, the only statistic that they really consistently care about is viewer count. There's other things, like if you happen to be in the right category, or, you know, whatnot. If you follow my channel, you can be my #1 follower. Excellent. because you'd be my only follower. I appreciate that. But yeah. No, that's the thing. Sometimes you'll have people who will do that kind of thing to troll, because different people handle stuff like that differently. Some people get like really upset about it and, you know, curse them out kind of thing. And other people like, I'm trying to make it a learning moment just because you have people who are either interested in streaming or do stream who don't know any better. We had oh man, I'm not gonna say names. We've had a couple of people that during my Project Zomboid days, it was their first time popping on Twitch, that they committed some Twitch etiquette wise, like pretty bad faux pas, like, you know, self-promotion kind of things and all that sort of stuff. And I just didn't know any better. And like I stopped and I was like, hey, you don't do that. And they're like, oh, I didn't know. Like, I've been getting yelled at and I just didn't know why. And they ended up becoming, you know, consistent members of the community and everything. And like once I said, hey, don't do that, like that never happened again. So I do feel like there is that one pain point of you do actually have people who don't know any better because they're new to the platform. And we do tend to assume everyone has knowledge of what you should and shouldn't do and all that kind of nonsense. And you get a whole bunch of trolls who just troll. But I do try to assume ignorance over malice when possible. Now, obviously, if someone comes in here and the first thing they do is they go on a racist tirade, there's not much assuming or anything going on there. It's pretty much spelled out in your face right from the door, so, you know. Yeah, don't attribute malice to what can be explained by incompetence kind of thing. I like to say ignorance, but same difference. The point is, a lot of times stuff comes across as malicious, but really isn't. Why might some people, streamers even, follow random non-streamers, by the way? I don't know, in case the person ever streams. That being said, I was going to get coffee. So we're not going to start cultivating this field yet. I'm just getting this thing into position. Yeah, we're just friends with them. Yeah, it's just a choice. There are people who follow channels just because they like the person, even though they have no intention of watching a point. I don't think I have to plow that. Hey, BioRoots, how's it going? Let's see, you got your project tomorrow? Project 2? To bully them into streaming? I mean, you're also not wrong with that. I said I was going to sleep. I should, but my brain is saying no. Brains do that. So you're at 50%, you should be at none. Cool. Alright, oh, and we have this set to the smaller size. Where was the button for that? It was U. There we go. Yeah, for people who didn't see where I got the sprayer the other day, we no longer do this little, oh, we're just going to do a small segment of a field when we do our fertilizer. It's like half the field to go or bust. You totally conquered No Man's Land? Cool. We've been doing a Survivor Man challenge where we started with $0 and building up from there. So, been gradually just building up more and more. Had a chainsaw and $0, and we built up. We're on 3 tiles. We're gonna get ready to get our 4th tile now here in a little bit. Same here? Cool. We also running nearly modless. Obviously, the map mod as one. We're not using any of the modded buildings on the tile because they're pretty powerful. They don't feel consistent with the rest of the game. And then I also have the universal autoloader because I don't want to play Forklift Simulator. I also imagine most of the community doesn't want to watch Forklift Simulator. Did you go cut down a tree for old time's sake? Look, man. Sometimes you just gotta cut down a tree. Alright. New tractor as well? Nah, it's the same one. This poor tractor needs to be retired real badly. We did put a new engine in it, though, because for that giant cultivator we got, the tractor had to be upgraded to get that sorted. For whatever reason, I've noticed the AI is really bad at running the sprayer. Like, it'll go up like 2/3 the field, and it'll just stop and turn around and go the other way. And just weird stuff like that. Large-scale supplier. These fruits and vegetables of your labor was an achievement we just got. Cool. Alright, we're fine. Alright. The sprayer is really nice. Oh, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, the fertilizing process of the field with the giant lime spreader and all that was never a particularly slow part of the process. But with us cultivating now, I have to get herbicide. Sorry about that. And the herbicide has to be a sprayer. Can you honk? I know there's a button for honking. It's O. Is it 0? I mean, it's saying I can. But neither of the keys that be associated with O are working. Oh. Numpad does not work. Behold, my mighty horn. As it issues forth that you must get out of my way. I'm pretty sure my Honda back in the day had a more menacing horn than that. I used to have like this little Honda, and you'd honk your horn and be like, Hank. Like, look, I'm suggesting this. You need to be close to your machine. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna get right on top of it, but it is the kind of thing where it's just like it's just a little buzz. You'd probably have a heart attack, Woes. I don't know if tractors actually would have, like, does a tractor need to have, like, a menacingly loud horn? It's not like a train where you have, like, the, you know, or like the big semi or whatever. Like, I don't know how often a tractor uses its horn in real world situations. Now everyone knows the real fear is being by the horn where it goes ching 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 ching. little bicycle thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, they work really well when you're on the sidewalk. You're sitting there going ching 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 ching. Like, people hear it and they get out of your way. Whereas like the little squeezy horn never worked. Now, okay, so like the big old harvester, I could see that having a big horn. Because I mean, if you stand in here, you're about to die. There's no ifs, ands, about it. You're about to die. That is a really big, heavy piece of machinery that does not particularly care about your squishy, malleable body. You've flown several airplanes that have horns in the nose gear to get the ground crew attention. Are those particularly loud, or are they like the ones like this one, where it's just like electronic honk? Like, it still gets your attention. Like, don't get me wrong, that little Honda's like little hink horn. It got your attention still. Like, it did its job of like getting you to like look in the direction. But as far as horns go, yeah, it was like a horn. You'd honk and go hink, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm mildly suggesting that you should pay attention. I am requesting your attention, please. If you do not mind. I still... Oh, man, I wish I could remember what type of car. It's, like, pretty loud, but the noise of the airport's gonna come. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, jets be loud. Someone should put a semi-horn on a golf cart. I had a friend in high school, and I wish I could remember what car he was driving. It's something like a Thunderbird or something like that. But he had taken a Model T horn and put it on that. So, you know, he'd just be driving around the road and just be like, "Urgh!" Which is ridiculously loud when you hear those things. This is the same friend who also had like this ridiculous sound system in their car, and so they'd be blasting their music with like maximum bass. And so here's the, and you'd have the local older people would you know, like wave at them and everything, and they'd roll down the window and be playing classical music, and you could kind of just hear the sound of their brain trying to process what was going on. Because you don't realize just how much ridiculous amount of bass classical music has because of these giant drums. It's a very fun and interesting friend. That was the same friend. I don't remember. It was one of the Fast and the Furious movies had come out, and he got a group of our other friends together, and they used like tag board kind of stuff, and they made like spoilers for their cars out of tag board and taped them on and everything. Like put like body kits made out of just like tag board all over their cars and taped them all on, and then drove the half hour or so it was to the nicer movie theater. A police officer, like, they actually got there with all the stuff still attached to their car, which is impressive because they were on a road that goes like 55, 65 miles an hour. And they actually got there with the stuff intact. And there was a police officer at the movie theater was like, "You're going to take that crap off before you drive away or you're getting a ticket." Which, honestly, fair. Because 100% that was going to come off their car. It had tape on it. And just go into the, you know, window of the car behind it and stick. But, you know, teenagers do dumb things. Just like adults. If you're listening to that car, you'd have decently high volume, especially older cars, for noise isolation. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, they used lots of pretty heavy drums and a lot of classical music, like kettle drums and all that. It was blasting bass before we had a word for it. All right, down just two more, like one more field here to deal with this. And you can change the operating size to reduce your wasted amount of fertilizer when you're not having to use the whole thing. But, like, I lower it, but right now we're, like, losing some off the right side. It's not that urgent of an amount of money. The thing we will need to do, though, is we will need to go and get herbicide. So we're going to dump all the rest of the fertilizer out of this thing. Actually, no, we won't. Because we still haven't seen the weeds yet. My assumption of what we'll want to do here is the moment we see the weeds, that's when we do the herbicide. It's fine, you'll fold up. We need to clean up some of those trees. Unfortunately, that tree isn't on my property. Go with 2 notches. Nah, just 1 notch. Let's see, how could you allow an enemy so close to your fields? The game doesn't let me deal with it. It's a zombie on the other side of the fence. You can stare at and be like, I don't like you, zombie. But you don't have anything to, like, hit them through the fence at the moment. You're just like, grrr. I aggressively shake my fist at you, for that is all I am capable of doing in this moment. I say rude things on toward you. Alright, so we've got all that sorted out for right now. So we're done with this tractor for the moment. Alright, Uche, you have a good one. But yeah, so what's going to end up happening here is we basically just have to wait for this harvester to finish this field. The cultivator will get to the field relatively quickly. But, you know, we'll get there when we get there. We'll get our sorghum dropped off at the granary to be processed into flour for making even more bread. And then after that, we plant the seeds for the wheat tomorrow in game. The sorghum doesn't end up getting planted till way, way later. I actually don't think we do cultivate the field here right now. Now I think about it, I'm willing to bet if we were to cultivate this now and fertilize it now, all we'd end up doing is having to deal with weeds more than we'd like. You want to talk about it? There you go. So we're probably better off served just like letting the sorghum sit here until it's getting like the day before it's time to plant the sorghum, knock out cultivating it super fast, knock out fertilizing it super fast. Next day we plant it all. You get the idea. But yeah, so we're gonna harvest the sorghum here. Once that's done, then this in-game day is basically wrapped. And we look at our agenda here. So tomorrow we plant our wheat, And then the next big thing I deal with is like January, February is when we sell everything. Do you bale? Yes, but sorghum doesn't have any straw or anything like that. Sorghum, there's no left behinds for baling. But the wheat, on the other hand, we do kick out the straw and bale the straw and sell the straw. Did we? Yeah, we already sold the straw. I was saying, I couldn't remember if we sold the second batch or not. What we could do in the meantime, let's get you to repair. While I wait for that to go on, we can go and grab the cedar and get that all repaired up. And we have placed seeds. Yeah, we got like 9 boxes. We're good. But yeah, we've been baling the straw. But we switched to sorghum because at the time we didn't have enough equipment to do more wheat in one day. So we switched to having the wheat and the sorghum because they have slightly different planting and harvesting times. So instead of having like 2 big work really hard days and then a whole bunch of downtime, we've now got, 2 fairly work hard and 2 a little bit of work days, and then, a little bit of downtime. All right. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed our tractor doesn't look more scuffed. Because this poor tractor has been worked to absolute death. And it's still, like, you zoom out at all and it still looks pretty much brand new. And this is a tractor that in our canon in game is something like 13, 14, 15 years old now, that it's been working its tail off. What does do run the game? And do you fast forward? What does do you run the game at? I'm running the game at 5 times speed, I'm guessing is what you're asking, which is the default. And do I fast forward? Yes, when I finish whatever I need to do for the night in game, then usually I'll fast forward the next day. Because there's no point in me just sitting here like with everyone watching being like, all right, chat, let's now watch the passage of time. Like, just I wouldn't want to do that even if chat wasn't here. But yeah, so we do run the game at 5 times speed. Which that doesn't affect the speed that everything else happens. That's just how fast the clock advances. That harvester is still going to go the speed it's going. Like, in actuality, if we make the game 5 times faster, since it takes the same amount of time in real life hours for the harvester to finish, it's as if I made this harvester 5 times slower in game time. If that makes sense. Since if we made this run real time, we'd probably get done in what would be like, a real life half hour or so. But because of the way we're doing this, it's technically going to be like 2.5 hours in game time. But yeah, no, I am totally down with speeding up and slowing down the game at any time. Like, that's just a practicality thing. That's not really challenge anything or whatever. Because I honestly feel like the speed in-game only really matters when your farm gets to be extremely large, that you no longer have the time to get everything you want done in a day. And you could argue there's a challenge there, sure. But, not really. And then the fast-forwarding the game time, I mean, not being willing to do that, you kind of have to ask, how much do you hate yourself? Because when you finish with what you can work on to be productive for the day and you don't allow yourself to fast-forward, all that means is I'm going to go in and either speed up the game speed to 360 times, which is the max, or I'm going to leave the game and be like, okay, I check back in the game in, 2, 3, 4 hours when the day's over. Plus, honestly, as a content creator, nighttime sucks for streaming. because a lot of the time the viewers can't see what the heck is going on. And that could sit for 2 passes. So you've got used sorted, the bale loader doesn't... Oh, right. We should check on the seeder. I'm willing to bet we haven't repaired the seeder since the last time. I'm just trying to get everything squared away so the next in-game day I could just plunk this down, have it start seeding. And sort it on the other side. Yeah, so I think the order of operations from here is with this harvest, we buy a new tile. That should still leave us somewhere in the area of $60-ish thousand left over, which won't be enough to really buy a new piece of equipment we particularly want kind of thing. But that does give us a pretty good head start for other stuff. We could potentially use that 60,000 and invest in some more production line stuff. Because that's the big decision of what we got to make for the new tile. Is when we buy the new tile, which I think is going to be this tile over here where the forest is. It'll be all the land just to the other side of it. So we could definitely sit there with that new tile. Oh, is this already repaired and gassed up? We'll check it anyways. But with that new tile, I could grow a cash crop, so just like, you know, chuck some soybeans down or something like that. And just straight up make money. No, those are all repaired. Okay. That's fine. Just need to be topped off, I guess. So grow something like soybeans where it's just, we harvest it, we sell it, that's what it's worth. We could grow another type of grain. So either more sorghum or whatever, just to, again, feed the granary, keep getting the extra money from that. That'd probably actually be our most short-term lucrative. We could start going into the process of setting it up for a grass field for moving into animals properly. Like we have the sheep pen right now, but if we're talking, get like the whole gamut of animals, cows, pigs, sheep, chicken, all of it. And just like having a block of that and then some of the production chains that feeds, which wouldn't be a bad move. Because I think that would get us everything we are missing for the bakery being able to make cake. Yeah, because we've already got the flour. Sugar, we don't have sugar. Right, so I need sugar beets to do that. Okay, so getting the animals won't get us the cake yet. We need to get sugar beets going as well. We could also potentially move into another production line, which would be pretty easy to move into oil because we could do the canola, which we have all the equipment for, and take that equipment and just build the place that makes oil to have another product going. All right, meanwhile, I don't need this tractor for anything right now, so I'm just going to position it over here. It'll be all ready to rock and roll for tomorrow. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? All right. But how do you get straight lines when you're creating your crops? And we got Bentley out of 45 stream streaks, so thank you so much for catching the last 45 streams without missing a single one. It means a whole heck of a lot. But I'm doing pretty good myself. But for getting the straight lines, there's a couple things you can do. Is if you're manually steering, it's a little hard to see under the daily sub goal, but you'll notice kind of on the bottom of the minimap there's coordinates. The most important one is the coordinate on the far left is kind of your angle. So if you line it up at like 90, 180, 270, or 360/0, if you're on that, it'll be almost a perfect straight line as long as you keep it. The other thing to do is once you already have a field, then you can honestly just hand it over to the AI, and the AI will do straight lines. They may not be the direction you want those straight lines to be, but they will be straight. Let's see, when you wake up, you're usually up. Even if you don't watch, it can open the Twitch phone. Have a Twitch? Yep. But yeah, so like when you're making your initial fields, if you are making your own fields, you want to use the coordinates down there. Unless you want some really kind of all over the place fields, which is fine. Like you can do like fields with like sweeping arcs and all that. And there are mods, I'm not running any of them, but there are mods that'll let you like draw a field. So you can like set the borders and all that for AI and all that for assignments. I have heard there's a lot of other side benefits for doing that. But it's not something I've ever worried about. I mean, you could do crop circles. If you're patient enough, you could sit there and go in there with like the harvester and like make a crop circle or whatever. It wouldn't be like actual ones, which is, you know, a person going out in the middle of their field with like a stake or whatever, putting in the middle, and then getting like shoes with like wood flats in the bottom and just stepping around and knocking down all of their crops to make circles and patterns and all that. Which is always a weird thing to me, but people like to do weird stuff. I should probably get... Yeah, well, while that's reloading, let's go get this repaired. It's the, my actual trailer here is in a bad state of repair. Weird stuff's funny? Yeah, I mean, for a while it was like tourist stuff. Because they're like, we don't know how this happened. And it would come with all sorts of excuses of like why it couldn't be, and then you have like mystery things that pop up and be like, clearly it's aliens. And it's like, nah man. Nah man, they got outed by their buddy. They went out there, they wet their hair, or they wet their, you know, crop or whatever, and then they went out there with like 2x4s on the bottom of shoes and just like, you know, just had a rope tied to a thing in the middle and just like did circles around it kind of thing. You know, and they just did that in a couple places, and then they just like kind of mashed down a route to each circle kind of thing. You know, they got some that they got way more creative to make it different, where they made like a ring, but they, you know, all of them, they had figured out ways to do it. Like either they made the pole taller than the crop or whatever, you know, kind of stuff to space it out. But it was just, you know, whatever. And you'll still have people's like, nah, man, it's, you know, like absolutely irrefutable proof of aliens. Like, look, I don't know if we have other intelligent life out there in the universe and whatnot. I do strongly question that they're interacting with humanity in any capacity at all. But I can tell you, with absolute assuredness, they're not stepping on your corn. They're not the ones squishing your corn. That'd be you or like your kid or, you know, a neighbor or something. Yeah, if there is a species out there who has figured out faster than light travel and has arrived here and looking at us, they're probably just like, and went back home. This probably took a look and were just like, look, we're not mad, we're just disappointed, and went about their way. Yeah, it's like, with all the things they can do you think they're spending their time drawing in corn? Probably not. And if we're some like super advanced alien species trying to communicate with us, hear me out, they would probably do something like what we tried to do with our probe, where, you know, obviously we have no basis to assume any language shared or anything. Like, everything should work against that. But what we could do is we modeled a bunch of mathematical stuff that they could, you know, prove or disprove kind of thing. So they may not know what our symbols for numbers are, but they could look at the diagrams we had created. And even if they don't have similar in how they present their diagrams, there's a good chance they'd be able to figure out what we're trying to show. Because we had basically a map of our solar system kind of thing going on there. And then we had, like, charted stuff out between them and whatnot. Let's see. Although I do like sci-fi trope of humans being seen as too aggressive and brutal by other aliens. I've liked some of the way some of the ones have done with, like, the Bobaverse books, where there's, you know, there's a bunch of the aliens who look at us like, oh man, you people are terrible. But there's also a bunch of the aliens who are like, oh, those aliens are terrible. Like, we're very much in the realm of, like, hey, a lot of different groups have their problems. Maybe they get their alien kids to watch, you know, watch us like an ant farm around the one of the lane, like, hey, let's see what these idiots do if we draw some pattern in their food. Maybe. Just like weird behavioral studies. Still. The point being, crop circles are people make those. There's been some pretty famous ones over the years that as they became famous, you know, individuals who knew the individual who did that, who, you know, joked about doing it, that they turned around and was like, yeah, he told me he did it, here's how they did that. And then they, you know, can go out and find evidence of where, like, they took the stake and, like, drilled it, like, you know, screwed into the ground so there's, like, a hole in that spot or whatever. That, you know, once they know what to look for, they can kind of see the signs like, oh yeah, we found wood fibers all around the middle of this field, which makes no sense. We don't find it anywhere else in this field. You know, we found some 2x4s chucked behind the barn. They're all covered in mashed up corn. So almost done with the sorghum. Yeah, so I think the order of operations for what we do is we get our new land. That's one. After we get our land, if there's a production line we want to invest in the really short term, so like the machine for doing oil for like canola, if we decide to go that way, that'd be 2. And then the harvester. If we don't do something that needs a production line, we go to the harvester immediately. And I do need to make that decision soon, but we haven't quite reached the point yet. Have you heard of the dark forest theory? That's a cool one. No, I have not, actually. I'm not familiar with the dark forest theory. The other thing we get into is, like, you know, with the whole intelligent life coming here and all that, you know, okay, faster than light travel. Fundamentally, with our understanding of physics, is not possible. Like, I know we have the ideas of, like, folding space and all sorts of other silly nonsense, and that can be fun for sci-fi, but almost say those, you get, like, just past the surface, and you go, right, but fundamentally there's problems with a lot of these ideas. That's actually one of the reasons I like Ixion, the city builder in a thing, that they kind of, like, hand-wave that they somehow made the faster than light travel happen, but then it kind of goes into, like, right, but you gotta think about the physics of it, and what that would do. So the idea is they have faster than light travel in their universe, but the place they leave from the faster than life, let's say it's not good. That extreme physics have extreme results. It's basically saying that life exists, but they're isolationist and aggressive, limiting their ability to be seen by others or targeting others before they can be found. Questionable. Like, you'll have people who argue faster than light with, like, quantum physics and all that, but sure, maybe there's a way. I doubt it. If there is a way, more than likely the energy costs of attempting it would be so beyond our current understanding and capabilities that, okay, maybe we could do fast and light, but it'd be so cost prohibitive that's I have like sending one envoy onto a place that we determine life is super far away, there would be no worth. And even if we could get ahead of the speed of fast and light, people don't really understand how absurdly large space is. Like, space is real big. Like, it was like, alright, we're just gonna go over here at the speed of light. Well, how long will it take us to arrive? Oh, just 18,000 years. Alright. Like, that'd be kind of actually, like, a disappointing thing. Like, imagine we do discover, like, intelligent life out there, that we point the right antenna in the right direction, and we're picking up radio waves from this, like, far away planet, or, like, light wave communication or something like this far away planet that we can point an antenna at that planet, and now that we know where we're looking, we can communicate. And so we send a signal. And then thousands of years later, we get a response. Yeah, and 18,000 years of travel is actually an underestimate, if anything, and that's at the speed of light. Like, that'd almost be the most upsetting part of it, is you would get the signal that is effectively their equivalent to, is there anyone out there, is there anyone out there? And you realize it, and you figure out their technology, and you send the signal back, saying, we're here, like, you know, we want to learn more about you. And you have to wait thousands of years for that response. That literally you send that signal, and, you know, 200 generations go by to get the response. Just our nearest solar system is roughly 4 light years away. Right. And I want to say, like, the nearest solar system doesn't have a whole lot going on that's, like, it's got materials and all that, but for all intents and purposes, not a particularly useful solar system for, like, you know, future colonization or anything. Like, the next system that has a planet in the Goldilocks zone that's worth considering is so far away, it might as well not exist. Because I think we have enough problems on Earth to deal with, no real point in worrying about some random other beings that may or may not be out who haven't attacked us. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Is it worth doing production lines? Oh, yes. Like, very much. To give you an idea, so we have the granary and the bakery. So with my wheat and my sorghum, I have, like, my base value that gives me. If I take the wheat and the sorghum and I put it into the granary to make it into flour, it's worth about 1.5 what I put in. So if I put in $100 worth of flour, I'm going to get out roughly $150 worth of flour. And then if I do that again to the bakery, it takes that 1.5, and it's like roughly another 1.5. That's very, very broad generalization kind of thing. So, you know, you get the idea. It does compound to being worth more. So it absolutely is worth every penny of it. Yeah, 4 light years from our current, at our current fastest spacecraft is about 40,000 years. Right. That's, a lot of sci-fi has done it, that they have the idea of the generation ships, which is where we take our conventional understand rocketry and we make this giant spaceship to, you know, house effectively a civilization. And, you know, just send it out into the stars to, like, you know, some destination where we're supposed to have, like, a human habitable planet on the other side. And be like, all right, well, this is effectively an ongoing space colony for the next tens and hundreds of thousands of years to arrive at the destination on the other side. and they'll hopefully arrive, and we'll be a multi-species planet or whatever, or multi-planet species. But then in the lore of that universe, usually they discover fast and light travel or teleportation or something. And so you have the ship that goes on this voyage that's supposed to take them thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and generation after generation after generation has lived on the spaceship, and that what ultimately happens is the faster than light ships just jump right past it and arrive at the destination. And then some of them, they go back and they find the generation ship and be like, hey, hop on, like we'll take you where you're meant to be, with our civilizations kind of branching out in different directions over thousands of years as different stressors and needs and all that happen. You'll have other ones of them that the generation ship arrives thousands of years later to what's supposed to be their new colony that they waited their entire lives for, only to find it's built up into an entire society that's densely populated and all that in the time it took them to arrive. Then you got Elite Dangerous, which means all of the generation ships are effectively sadness. Because that's what they all are. Is every single one of them ends up, there's exceptions. I think there's like 2 that don't end in tragedy. But all of them, it's just a matter of how they ended in tragedy. In Elite Dangerous, the generation ships are they're kind of equivalent to the Vaults and Fallout, where each of them kind of exercises some way that society collapses. As you have like the population all mashed into them. Brady, so that's why we don't have any satellites that take more than roughly 20 years to arrive at their destination. We'd probably be able to get another one there faster in a few years. Yeah. It's always a trick with that, though, because like you can keep delaying doing the research more and more and more so that you can send out more and more advanced tech, whether it's faster or more sophisticated, can detect more. But at the same time, at some point, you actually do need to send something out to do the science. And there's always a juggle of, like, where's the point where we say, okay, stop here, send it out, we'll keep researching our more advanced tech at the same time, but we do need something to actually go out there and get readings from other planets and whatever. Clem says, you read a story like that when a generation ship arrived on a planet to find a celebration being thrown for their arrival? Yeah, and again, you can imagine the people being confused on that ship for being like, wait, we're supposed to be in this paradise thing they've been told about for thousands and thousands of years, that we're supposed to be like, roughing it in a survival situation on this new home. Now, granted, I think in reality, in that universe, you would understand there's always the possibility that someone would come up with a better rocket or whatever to get there first or to pass you or whatever. I'd also low-key hope that if that did happen, someone would stop by our ship along the way and be like, yo, you set out on this voyage and it's cool. We figured out how to get there first. That's fine. Hop in the back. Let's go. And so Adam's saying the exact same thing. Being like, yo, if we figured out this, you could do the calculations to figure out where this ship is. You could meet them somewhere along their route and be like, hey, either one, we're going to go along next to you, and we're going to refit your ship with the new drive so that you can go there on your own power fast enough. Or, we're going to load all your people up, and we're going to go there as fast as possible. Or, the 1,000 other things you could potentially do. Or, you could even just, like, drop by and be like, hey, here's what's up. You can make your decision on what you want to happen. You can't, their heading speed, you'll catch up. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. You could find some way to figure it out. Let's see. Do you have any idea how much effort it takes in reality from a physics point of view? Like adjusting your trajectory and changing your velocity to rendezvous with another interstellar spacecraft? Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong, like getting up to speed and being aligned and all those kind of things. Like, don't get me wrong, you'd be talking a massive undertaking. But one would assume if you have like the basic idea of where they're going and all that, you would be able to like plot that course. But again, we're talking about this fictional universe where we have fast and light travel that we can just like zip right ahead past them and all that kind of stuff. Right, and that's another thing is, what's whole I'm saying, if you're a generation ship that you're supposed to arrive at a destination and stop, then your ship should have enough resources to stop under its own accord to, you know, be able to drop in and do all that. And granted, maybe it's supposed to go into the solar system and do like many slingshots, like slow itself down before it reaches its destination. Who knows? Like, it doesn't go straight to its destination. It detours like 30 other things to burn off that speed through multiple not slingshot, that speeds up, but you know, multiple things like catch a gravity well, slow down, catch a gravity well, slow down, and all that. Yeah, it's also just amusing trying to get, that'd be the other thing, it's like, okay, you want to go to the next solar system over, so you need to somehow achieve like the fastest speed we've ever managed in a rocket ever, because that is making it honestly pretty impossible. But we're saying that people will be that committed to the mission that they're like, yeah, we will live as a small city in this ship for, you know, basically the entirety of human history to arrive at the next planet. Like, it'll be that length of time. They take the entire existence of humanity as we know it, and we're gonna do that again in a small little ship to reach the next planet. Maybe then there's cryo-freeze, fully automated, and can't be talked to. Yeah. I'm still curious if the cryo-freeze could, like, actually work. I have a feeling that's one of those things that's going to have a bunch of stuff. Because the idea of, like, flash freezing a person and, like, flash thawing them. Because that's the problem, is it's the flash freezing and thawing them kind of thing. That, as you heat and cool things, they expand and contract. And it's really bad for cells. But yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. I think in all practicality, we don't need to worry about any of that stuff, because it's kind of like, it's a fun thing to go back to finding like newspapers and that from like the change of centuries from the 1800s to the 1900s of what they theorized was going to be like the big things that they were going to accomplish in the next 100 years. You know, electricity was this new thing, this new fandangled thing that we could get, you know, light bulbs in your homes and all that kind of stuff. And that was like that time of era that you could have like home electricity and all that. You could get whatever that was. And they were trying to predict of what we would have. And they're like, we would be able to get from New York City to Paris in a matter of weeks. And then they're like, and we'd have, you know, globally be able to bring the entire planet to a nice, comfortable temperature. And then, you know, here we are 100 years later going, you know, well, honestly, we exceeded one of those expectations, and the other one we're nowhere near it. Yes, you can in fact get from, you know, New York to Paris in under weeks. You can actually get there in less than a day. That we managed. This whole making the entire planet like this consistent, comfortable temperature. No, actually, we need to have a talk about now. going to that person's like, actually, we didn't just fail at that one. We did real bad at that one. We've definitely gone the wrong direction. Kind of messed up a couple things along the way. We gotta take a video I watched on the practicality of things in terms of effort required to transport tiny amount of stuff like a kilogram over a meaningful interstellar distance. The numbers are pretty striking. Oh yeah, yeah. That was I forget what the term is. So there's a whole phenomena, and man, there's a term for it. Where basically there is a hard limit on what you can do with rocketry. That basically for every pound that you want to lift using a rocket, that you have to increase the capabilities of your rocket as well as the amount of fuel in there. So it becomes this exponential growth problem, where for every additional pound you want to lift in your payload for your rocket, the entire rocket has to increase by a magnitude. And so it's one of those things that the rate your rocket grows in size for the payload, the rocket grows faster than the payload. So you see the issue here, that as you keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, the meaningfulness of that growth becomes less and less and less. And so there is a hard quantities problem. So when you want to try and move something of any meaningful size into space, that the energy cost for doing so becomes absolutely absurd. Which is why they want to achieve stuff like space elevators and that kind of stuff, because that would be your workaround, because the limitation is on rocketry itself. It's on that technology. So if we could find an alternative technology to get stuff into orbit, you know, we could circumvent that exponential growth. They have things in place to turn global warming around. Should things be getting better or worse? Well, we have ideas of how we can improve, fix, whatever you want to say, mitigate, but by and large, they're not widely adopted. And even then, a lot, like, as it gets farther along, the cost of adoption gets higher and higher and higher. If the world were, like, roughly 2 larger, we couldn't chemically launch anything into space. We might, which might be a problem for aliens have to run to. Yeah, it could be that the aliens show up and they're used to a much smaller, low-gravity planet, and they're like, well, we can't land on that. Are you kidding me? Like, we got our stuff that we're launching from a place like Pluto that's barely got anything gravity-wise, that we could just kind of, you know, throw a rock out the back. It's got enough force to send us into space. Oh yeah, no, I've had the whole thing where they're talking about like making a space elevator, and they do the math. It's like, what is the force against the top, like the very edge of the atmosphere? Like, what is the amount of force applying here on this giant lever? How do we anchor that to Earth in a way that it doesn't get absolutely annihilated? You know, all that stuff. It's fun to see those physics problems where you look at the numbers and you just keep adding zeros and going, oh god, how is this supposed to work? What's the point? You have to spend the rest of my life listening to people complain? Lover videos. They're regularly very amusing. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. I actually really appreciate XKCD's what ifs, because some of the times they get into those fun physics bending amounts of math, where it's like, what would happen if you hit a baseball at the speed of light? And it's like, well, you know, you'd ignite the atmosphere, you know, wiping out nearly all life on the planet at the epicenter of the baseball bat hitting the ball to such a force that it'd be effectively the equivalent of a nuclear blast that would wipe out all civilization within a range of this far. You know, as it, you know, however many Google tons of force would be imparted to achieve it. He goes, but it only stayed going the speed of light for a fraction of a second before the baseball began to be nothing but plasma. And it's just fun to like look at the physics around that and being like, yep, let's not do that. the thing being described here, let's not do that, even if we figured out a way to physically make it possible. How do you even make it well, that's the whole thing. Like, you couldn't do it. Or like talking about like if you took the entire population of the Earth, got them into one place, and have them all simultaneously jump and land. You know, there's people who are like, oh yeah, you throw the Earth off orbit, or like, no, It's like all, like, the entire world's population imparting that kind of force. And it's like you would technically move the Earth, and it was something like 0.000001, you know, millimeters, or like it's some like completely insignificant amount. It goes, but what you would have is a humanitarian crisis of trying to get the entire world's population to meet, you know, leave a place the size of Rhode Island. And how it'd take you literally decades with all of the transportation means completely maxed out, and they would still not have everyone moved. Throwing the Earth from orbit would probably be easier than hitting a baseball at the speed of light. Probably. Like, once you get up to that stuff, the number of zeros on all the math just gets to the point where it's like, well, there's no reason to even worrying about bothering. Through the Tsar bomb shockwave circled the Earth 8 times, it wouldn't take out nearly all the life on Earth. I'd be surprised if the planet itself doesn't break apart. Yeah, no, something just instantly being kicked into light speed on the planet of like any you know, any volume, like any substantial volume, you know, a baseball, a bowling ball, whatever. Like the physics involved, it'd be bad, is the way we'll put it. Yeah, even something the size of a needle, like anything that is like physically has substance, like, you know, yes, exciting electrons to make light, not a big deal, but anything that's substantial. Because physics gets wild once you start messing around with stuff like the speed of light, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think when they did the math, they actually were like, oh, and just the bat moving that self in itself would, you know, ignite the atmosphere around it, converting the air into plasma and all that kind of stuff. That actually became a running joke of XKCD What If, was a lot of the physics problems. You know, they would sit there and do, okay, you know, what happens if you got everyone on the planet to take a laser pointer and shine it to the exact same spot on the moon? And they're like, nothing. Basically nothing. You wouldn't even appreciably notice a difference on the moon's luminescence. But, you know, that's a very unsatisfactory answer while accurate. And so they're like, well, what happens if we had these, like, 1 million watt, or like 1 million lumen lights? It's like, okay, well, the moon's luminescence would increase by, it's like 0.0001. And it had, like, the two pictures of the moon next to each other, and they're like, you know, same picture kind of thing. It's like, yeah, that's pretty underwhelming. But what if we got even bigger lights? You know, and it got to the point of, like, shining, I think it was, there was like a spotlight on the top of the Sears Towers, like the, you know, most powerful spotlight in the world or whatever. They're like, what if everyone had one of those? Like, well, other than the fact that you've just used up the entire world's theoretical, you know, fuel sources for, you know, to light this light for maybe a minute or two, you know, basically causing effectively an energy crisis, you'd actually, you know, cause some serious problems. And they found it was like some laser they use for scientific research that runs for like thousands of a second at the time, that has an absurdly high amount of light. Like, okay, you've now ignited the moon and the atmosphere and killed all life. Congratulations, you can see it now. But just the fun physics of doing those absurd math. Just gonna leave that arm out there? Yeah? Okay. I enjoy silly physics. That's I've talked to the I can't remember what it's called. So there's a lot of stuff that you run into that you cannot actually quantify. Like, either we're trying to view it remotely and we can do a bunch of math to get good estimates and all that, but like there's just certain properties that we can't get the equipment on site we would need to get the more accurate readings and all that. But there's the idea when trying to decide things yes or no that you don't necessarily need to know any level of precision about the information. As long as you can guess the magnitude, that can be enough to get you an answer. And so that's where a lot of that silly physics comes in, is while it seems like just why is someone wasting their time doing that, it's like, well, scientists actually do that. They go, okay, well, we have a theory about maybe doing X, Y, Z. Okay, well, we lack the knowledge from our current situation to be able to accurately get that. But what we can do is can effectively guess how many zeros are going to be on this thing. And that once you guess you're over a certain number of zeros, you go, okay, well, we've already demonstrated that's not actually a thing we can do. Like, the magnitude of the problem means we don't have to worry about taking this any farther. That this is a non-doable thing. Like, you know, if someone walks up to you and they go, okay, can you pick this up? And they have a 10-pound bowling ball, and you'd be like, yeah, a 10-pound bowling ball, I can pick this up. Okay, can you pick this up? It's a 100-pound bag of salt. And you'd be like, all right, I mean, yeah, I think I can pick that up. Like, it's a lot of weight. It's going to take some work, but yeah, I think I can get that. And then they turn around and go, okay, well, here's a 1,000, pound piece of steel. Pick this up. And you go, no, I can't pick up 1,000 pounds. Now, if I'm sitting there looking at something, I can eyeball this big rock structure, and I go, okay, based on the density of rock, I don't know the actual weight of this, but I can guess it's between 800 pounds and 1,200 pounds. Well, I already know I can't pick that up, so I don't need to worry about thinking about, well, what would I do to pick it up? I already know I cannot pick that up by itself, not without mechanical assistance. And you do the same thing with, like, science. Like, again, you're trying to set up, all right, we want to get a rocket and we want to send it to that planet way over there. Okay, well, that's in the next solar system. All right, what's the amount of energy we would need? Oh, I need, tens of thousands larger than any rocket we've ever built to arrive there ever. Okay, hang on. We can't do that. That's not a doable thing with our current technology. So we can go ahead and scrap that for now and instead focus on, can we make rocketry better or find an alternative to rocketry? And then when we achieve that, then this impossible problem goes, okay, now we can look at that. Because now it's not impossible anymore. Brings in saying the thing is called Breakthrough Starshot, that at least has a paper capability has the on-paper capability of getting to the next solar system over in a reasonable amount of time. What is the reason, like, again, quantity, not like specific numbers, but like magnitude. For purposes of the paper, what would be considered a reasonable amount of time? That's what I was thinking. It's like, what is a reasonable amount of time in this case? $40 years? 20? I mean, yeah, that'd be a reasonable amount of time. The next solar system over, again, at speed of light, is, roughly 4 years. Hey, Foolish, how's it going? So, like, sure, I could believe with a lot of effort, theoretical effort, again, unproven, that we could manage 1/10 the speed of light at some point. Would it be anytime soon? Probably not. Been on a farm simulation kick and found you? Nice. You can see it. You can see Earth getting up the speed, but how the heck is it gonna slow down? Well, that's always the catch with all that stuff. Is assuming stuff like rocketry, where you have, you know, you actually have a little bit more ability to do delta V on the other side per pound of fuel kind of thing, because your rocket's getting lighter. You know, there's still the whole, if it takes me a full 2 years to get to speed, I'm going to probably need a full 2 years to slow down. You know, again, the rocket technically does lose a lot of mass due to the burning of fuel or whatever. So it's not really equal on both sides, but you get the whole problem. The worst part I think of that would be like the tease of getting a satellite over into the next solar system and then looking at me like, that's really cool. And then realizing to do anything more, you've got to send another rocket. You're like, we found something. Cool. We're just gonna go ahead and get everything squared away to do this some point in the future. Alright, so these are probably getting full, aren't they? Not quite. The flower's fine. Alright. We'll deal with that in-game tomorrow, because I have a lot of stuff going on. Well, I mean, you just turn it around. I mean, actually, that's the truth with a lot of those systems. It's like, how do you slow down a rocket before it goes someplace? Well, you turn it around, and you turn the jet on going the other way. And you wait. You do a retroactive burn. Okay, we are on wheat. We are confirming we are on wheat. Wheat is what we're on, because we accidentally did one of these in barley the other season. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it did kind of create a headache with that. Basically, sending a bunch of satellites the size of a penny-ish, with a like 200 square foot solar cell, pushed by nuclear power worth of power plant worth of laser beams. I see. Yeah. That's very much in the theory range of things. And I'm willing to bet there's probably a number of places that you have, you know, to work out some problems with the math. Let's see. How long have you been playing Farming Simulator? Couple hundred hours, like 300 some hours or something like that. So its range is technically doable, but still pretty dang hard, yeah. Yeah, but that's getting to the whole interstellar travel. The numbers get absolutely absurd. Not that it should never be attempted or anything like that, but a lot of what we have makes it pretty insurmountable right now. Like I said, I personally do not believe we will achieve faster than light travel, because a lot of the theory stuff they've got out there is like you could punch a hole right through the theory immediately at the door. You don't even have to get far in. Just you apply any basic understanding of science. You go, okay, well, that's dead on arrival. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's like, it's perfect for sci-fi pseudoscience, but the moment you put under any actual physics, you just go, nah. Like, this is dead on arrival. But the ones we do have, the more conventional ones that we have an understanding, they're beyond the scope of what we can muster. If we get negative mass, we could build an equilibrium drive. We just need to figure out how to capture dark matter, and somehow that'll make it all work. It's kind of like the crypto thing. You just say a fancy word and you just shove it in there somewhere and just say it fixes everything, and people are like, oh yeah, absolutely, dark matter, that's the solution. And maybe it ends up being the solution, but not in the way that a lot of people would probably present it. Well, we just need antimatter. We just need to make an antimatter engine. That doesn't quite, it's not how antimatter works. We actually have very little understanding of antimatter, actually. And the interactions sound not great. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. No. We just need to know how to go back in time. So we can go back in time. We can go faster than speed. You know, warp drives are possible. You just need negative mass. Right. And thank you again for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But like, how do negative mass? Okay, and that is full of flour now, so all the rest of the flour is profit. Wait, that's the whole thing, is you'll have people talk about like the folding space, and it's like, excuse me. I hear words, but these words don't make sense. It's like the concept of time travel and all that. It's like, right. It's, you know, it's kind of like you cannot like make anti-temperature. When you hit absolute zero, there's no farther. There's no going negative absolute zero temperature. Absolute zero is the absence of the thing. With time just kind of moves forward. There is not, hey, I can manipulate time so it goes the other direction. You can manipulate time so how time impacts and is experiencing thing is relatively different between things. That the things here experience time differently than the things there. But not in a way that you go to like a negative movement of time. Like, it's not even like paradox nonsense or anything. Like, it's like very genuinely the physics are lost at the door. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming? All that good stuff. You're stressing about tomorrow and you can't sleep. That's no fun. That's never a good time. I do that with like when I know I've got something important the next day, even if it's like I'm 100% prepared for it, there's nothing to worry about. It's like, okay, like this thing is like already in the bag, doesn't matter. Just knowing you need to wake up in the morning and all that will mess with my sleep. And it's super annoying. Time travel in the speed of light, so there is a possibility you can go faster. You mean it's theorized? It isn't is. It's theorized. But it's one of those theories that is not really sound in a lot of ways. Oh, fine, we'll pick those up. It's not Superman. We can't just go around the planet fast enough and time goes the other way. Yeah, time doesn't actually exist. People think about time travel, but how there's present the moment time, passing days, perception, sun, like that's a thing. You can affect how time is experienced by the individual, but time isn't one of those things that It's like going, well, let's go below absolute zero. It's like, you don't understand. Like, there's not a thing below there. No, but we could just keep going till we round back past zero. No, it's not how it works. Like, temperature certainly exists, but like, you know, that's just how we measure it. A total absence of temperature, you know, doesn't think. It's like you take all the air out of a room. You don't go, well, we'll get negative air. It's like, no, you don't understand. We've removed it all. It's gone. There's no anti-air. There's empty. It's the absence of air. We already have time travel. Well, I mean, there's your perception of time. You can certainly deal with that. At a rate of 1 second per second? I mean, yes. Like I said, you can finagle how you experience time by going fast enough. The faster you go, the more like time is affected as for your experience versus the experience of other things out there. But there's no flipping it the other way. Not with any of our understandings of physics. And if that were a thing, the physics would be so wild that, you know, it's not even worth thinking about or whatever. I mean, there is evidence that how time impacts things is varied based on, you know, going at extreme speeds and all that. Like that is an actual thing that they've demonstrated. That things, as they get closer and closer to the speed of light, it's as if time affects them at a slower speed. But it's still one of those things that there's a difference between, you know, saying this room is at 1,000,000 degrees and 0 degrees and being like it's negative 1,000,000 degrees, you know, as far as like absolute zero consideration, not Fahrenheit and Celsius. Like once you hit absolute zero, you don't keep going down. Like you hit the point, there's nothing left. And the physics actually work just fine, fast and light. The problem is the actual speed of light. It all falls apart, so may not be able to get anything through the barrier. Yeah, that's why it's absolute. Well, I mean, right, but that's like the theoretical and whatnot. I forgot that cedar takes so long. So we've got all that, you know, cycled. We got all this cycled. But right. The point is more people are like, oh, time travel. It's like, well, yeah, but no. Well, assuming you could, since the electron moving stops at 0K, how do you measure it? I have no idea. But even with all that, let's say that we can achieve time travel or whatever. I don't think the human body's gonna like it very much. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say the fleshy, squishy human body is gonna be like, this time travel thing kinda sucks. If you want to travel the speed of light, one must become light. Yep. You're not mass, you're energy. Imagine getting a text in 2008 or something. Buy Bitcoin. Signed you. What do you do? I'd immediately assume it's a scam or whatever. Like that's very much exactly what you do. You look at it and be like a scam. Because, I mean, we already had 2008 being able to completely mock email addresses and phone numbers and all that sort of stuff to, like, you know, tell people like, hey, you know, not the car warranty or whatever, but, you know, there's a whole range of other scams you had going on at the time. Oh, is there anything on sale we want? I mean, that's nice. Out of our budget. If you figure out how time travels worked, how do you prove it on the other end? If you're going back in time, you just state a bunch of surprise events that are unrelated to each other, and then you wait. I mean, it doesn't prove it, but if you get, you know, if you have them right enough times, it'll be like, okay. Just imagine 5 years from now, all of our cars spontaneously explode and we all wish we had gotten that warranty. Pretty much. Yeah, so it'll be the planter and the harvester will be the next on the upgrade list, because the cultivator we don't actually have much we can do for an upgrade. If we were to upgrade our planter, we can look at this real fast. We have the... Oh, not planter, I'm sorry, seeder. Seeder's like, these aren't right. We'd have our seeders. This would be like the big one we could get is the $200,000 one. But I think we get the harvester first. Because the planter the seeder we have right now isn't that bad. But we'd certainly go bigger. The one we have is... Which is the one we have? The 67,000 one? 50,000. It's one of these. But yeah, we can certainly go way bigger. I think it's this one is the one we have. Yeah, we can certainly go bigger. Like that one doesn't actually give us any increase in diameter. What it does is it gives us an increased speed. That's the same here. This lets us go faster, but no bigger. This is the first one that actually lets us go bigger here. If we did this one, though, if we went all the way, we could sit there and do the fertilizer and that in one pass. So I do think the next seeder we get is going to be going straight to the biggest one. But I do think we go for our harvester. And with the harvester consideration, I mean, we can certainly jump just one notch. I don't feel like that's going to be the big move for us. Because this thing carries 49,000 or 4,900 and is, I believe, 6 meters wide. That's still 6 meters wide, so it doesn't actually give us a bigger harvester on that. That's still 6 meters wide there. We're up to 7.6 meters wide. We're moving up. Oh man, this could be rough. That's 7. So we can get 8.5 meters wide. So that'll probably be where we aim for. Unfortunately, is going to be about 300,000 plus the header. So about 350,000 is going to be that. We might actually get the seeder for that price, honestly. We might actually get the seeder for that. But yeah, so 350,000 is what we're looking at before we have like the next. This feels like a good upgrade harvester. So 4 years? Probably closer to 2 years. Maybe even less than that. Because if I get this extra field this year... No, it'll probably be 4 years total, because we'll get the extra field this year. We're making around 120, 140,000 each year now. We get the extra field, I'll probably be somewhere in the area of an extra 40,000 we'll make, give or take. So that puts us up to almost 180,000 a year. So you get the idea. Like, that's the whole advantage. Every single time I make it a little bit bigger, we get a little bit more tech, all that stuff. The rate we get money gets a little bit better. But the big thing is going to be upgrading our equipment as best we can. But yeah, so it'll definitely be probably Probably the cedar, because that's like 200,000. Well, I was about to say, it sounds like it's better to get an extra field with a bigger cedar and plant something that is harvested or that isn't harvested at the same time. Yeah. So that's what we can work on is what the heck do we want to grow next? Looking at our options, so let's look at it this way. So right now we've got wheat and sorghum is what we're doing. So we have September is planting, July is harvesting, April is planting, August is harvesting. So basically July to September we're booked up, and then April. So we'd be looking for something to do outside of that range. We could do the soybeans in May and harvest them in October. That would be one option. That we wouldn't even need any other equipment. We've already got it. These require different headers on the harvester. The oats would land us like right in the middle there. Canola lands us right in the middle there. All the olives and grapes and all that, that's different stuff. We could potentially go into vegetable tech, but that's a lot of equipment. I do feel like, honestly, the soybeans are probably the move for us. To again, plant May, pull them up, pull them up in November, whatever. Just do the second day. Or if I can get them all in one day, it doesn't matter, but that's the idea. The other thing we could also potentially do is just do more sorghum. Would be the other option to go. Because if we look at this, it's full now. And like even with us having dumped everything in there, it's gonna knock that out in no time. So if we went with a full-on more sorghum, do that. That or invest 300,000 into potato technology and do fries. Well, that was if we were gonna go that route. What I would probably go with is we'd probably plant the canola, because what we could do with the canola is we can make it into the oil. Should be canola oil down here. So you'd go from 713 being the top to almost 2,000. So it's a nice little jump in the price there. And when would that be if we went with the canola? We would be planting it in August and harvesting it in July. So that would directly overlap with our already growing season, which if we have to, we have to. Yeah, so I think honestly it'd be soybeans, which we don't have any production related to, or just more sorghum. What's the difference between potato and premium? That is a good question. So potatoes are 209. And let's see, what are the potato products? $1,500 for potato chips. And about $1,200 for potato soup. Like, they're canola's some money. But yeah. I do think it's gonna boil down to, where's the soybeans? The soybeans are, I mean, those are 1,100 up front. Versus we would sell flour. I think we just do the soybeans. Because it seems like the soybeans would be fine there. The catch is, if I do the soybeans, I need a granary. So the soybeans are worth the most in June. And they're basically, they're worth a lot in June, July, and the rest of the year they're kind of crap. And I assume they get harvested nowhere near any of that. Nope, they get harvested in October and November. So while I would like to do soybeans, if we get them there, if we go October here, that's basically when they're near the bottom of the price. So I need to somehow hold on to them all the way to June, July, which wouldn't be a problem, except I would then need to add into our construction a silo. Yeah, it's a bale and pallet silo. That's a hayloft. So first silo can actually store stuff like in there, we have at 117. I could also buy the one that's only 72,000, but then I separately need to buy a conveyor for it. That runs about 20,000 or so. So it's still about 100,000. And then the rest of these aren't for that kind of stuff. And then this is the silo that comes with the map, which is only 8,000 bucks, because those are definitely balanced. Yeah, so, alright. So that makes the soybeans a problem. Is there a warehouse? Is the warehouse self-stacking or just a building? So the warehouse has a drop point for pallets. So I can drop the pallets and they will get put in the warehouse and then I can retrieve them from it. I haven't built it to actually test how it works, but it isn't a thing that I could say, hey, Granary, put your pallets in there. Apparently there are mods that do that, but that isn't the base function of the game. So it's self-stacking. Yeah, my understanding is that we'll put them all in there, and then we could, pull them out using whatever. That could be useful if we just want to clean up space. Right now, that doesn't make me a single penny. So that, that's not important for us in the immediate. Alright, so this will be the end of the big field we got to do right now. So we can top off our seeds, go to the next field, get that going. Then I can fertilize this field. And I believe I have to wait to herbicide it until we actually have the weeds growing. I don't know that for a fact. This is kind of my first time dealing with a lot of this. Remember to hit it with both fertilize and herbicide after this? Right, I just don't know if you can herbicide it immediately and it works. If I can, great. But I remember there was questions around that. Unless it's a mod, it works. That's the issue with everything I ask. It's like, is it this? It's like, oh yeah, you just buy that. It's like, oh, that's a mod, never mind. The mods are pretty good for this game, but it makes asking questions real difficult. Oh, I'm way off. Hang on. You'd risk double dosing for 1 year to test? I'm not too worried about it. It gives me something to do the next day. And it's not that big a deal. It takes me no time to blast with these fields. Because you also don't trample the plants until they get to a high enough grow phase. So that should be fine. Unless people know definitively, without mods, that it works fine. The first stage already has a penalty? Oh, I didn't even know that. I know there's a penalty to having the weeds. I didn't know you get instantly hit with a penalty regardless. I mean, we can try it. My hope it'd be, it'd give you some type of warning or where it's like, oh, you're a weed danger. 5% per stage, if you remember correctly. Gotcha. We should probably also get a roller at some point. Because it'd be a good way to clean up a bunch of those little things. Alright. That's fine. Actually, I wanna see if I can do this whole thing in just 2 passes. Not like I'm in any kind of hurry. We're gonna be waiting on the cedar anyways. No, I think it is wider. That's fine. We'll play it safe, and they'll do a little pass with just like next to nothing. Yeah, that was definitely too big. We're just barely overlapping the edge, and that's definitely more than we're overlapping by. Alright, so when do you get to fly around in a crop duster? It's just not the way the game works. Because usually with the crop dusters, usually that's pesticide. That kind of stuff. Pesticide, herbicide, that kind of thing. And this game doesn't have the concept of pests. That's actually what things I've talked about that I would kind of like them to add the next game is the idea of, like, you could get, you know, molds and mildews and various, you know, pest bugs in there, like, you know, different types of mites, locusts, stuff like that that you'd have to deal with. Leaf miners, aphids, whatever. But, like, also give us multiple options on how to deal with them. I like the idea of one that you would just have, like, a different... Not the sprayers we've got, like, have some other type of sprayer kind of thing that you can, you know, treat your crops with pesticides kind of thing. Or even use the same sprayer, I don't care. But, like, that would certainly be one option. You'd also have the option of, like... dealing with them by, you know, certain pests you could get, like wasps or whatever, they would deal with it. Other pests you'd get like ladybugs or whatever, and they would deal with it. Or certain birds, you get the idea. You have different like animals you would be able to bring in to deal with it, or you could keep a thing on your property for those animals that would then deal with them. You could certainly spray them as another option. But the other thing I could go with stuff like with the molds and all that you'd also have another treatment strategy is instead of just growing the same crops again and again in the same location again and again year after year after year, that one of the ways you could work, you know, to avoid certain problems is when you start seeing a problem showing up in a field, don't keep planting the same crop there. You'd have certain crops that would be affected by certain things. And so, like, say southern blight gets into this field or whatever. You know, I wouldn't be able to grow, like, tomatoes or a whole bunch of stuff like that, like peppers and stuff that are affected by southern blight. Instead, though, I could grow a different crop that doesn't, you know, it doesn't affect, it doesn't care. Like, I don't know, we'll say wheat. I have no idea. But you grow wheat there for a while, and without that being able to take hold, you'd go a little while and it'd be totally fine. Or, like, maybe it doesn't make it go away, but, like, you're okay for the time being. But just the same, if you're growing, you know, effectively monocropping real bad, then you have to deal with the pests that much more because you're basically giving them a buffet. Versus if you have, like, a lot more variety of crops here and there, your risk of pests gets to be significantly lower. Alright. It'll be really good when you get the big cedar. Because honestly, I think the only thing's missing for realism of the game that's not a chore is you can certainly require the player to water the crops. I don't want to deal with that. I don't think that's an interesting or meaningful thing to have to, like... I could see them requiring you to build irrigation for certain crops. So not it's that you run out there with, like, your wagon and you have a little sprinkler running on the back of it or whatever. But, like, you do the thing where, like, certain crops, you have, like, the overlaying cage you put over your crops that, you know, they drip feed it or whatever. Or you have, like, the tunnel in between, or maybe you'll have maps where you can, like, lower a gate to, like, flood the field kind of thing. But, I don't know if I would want that necessarily, because that doesn't feel to me like a change that's like, oh, that's interesting. That's like, oh, you've just given me another step that I just have to do. Whereas I like the idea of the pests and all that, because it gives some more varied gameplay. And that it gives you a reason to not just grow the same crop in the same place all the time. You mean your tractors and stuff breaking down and jamming? Yeah, I don't think I'd want that. So it would be realistic, yes, I agree. But it's like, for the player, what is that actually doing? Oh, it's just disruptive. That's it. It's just RNG disruptive. You know, and ultimately you're going to, like, drive your vehicle back over there, you're going to service it and bring it back out. And I assume the way it'd work is, like, the worse the repair is, what you hit a first thing. It just, you know, would have a roll of the dice on how it is. I could also see them doing stuff like making the soil matter. So, like, different crops would require different soil. And you could do stuff, you know, you'd oversimplify it. So you do, like, the whole thing where you'd put down stuff to amend the soil to make it more able to hold water or more able to hold this, which mechanically all it would do is if you put the wrong plant in the wrong soil, it would not give a good yield. You have, you know, plants that need soil that's a little bit on the sandier side, you know, some that need, like, a lot, you know, denser, richer soil. And so it'd be interesting to have, like, that kind of gameplay around it where you have some crops that far more flexible on what soil you put them in, and some crops, like, if the soil's even slightly wrong, it's just, you're gonna get, like, next to nothing out of it. But I could see that being a thing. And you'd have mechanically in the game ways to work the soil and make it better. Because I think that's what I would like that's kind of missing from the game as well, is something like when I make these fields, that there is a way to, over time, improve the field itself. So like where I talked about, you know, you sit there and you take your plow and you dig up all those stones and you pull up the stones over time, that you could deliberately work the field to reduce the number of stones till the point you get almost no stones going forward. Which I don't know if that's realistic or not, but that'd be a fun thing for me where, like, a field is a lot more work earlier on, but as you work it and you improve the quality of the soil and you do all that sort of stuff, and, you know, you do a whole bunch of work to, like, get the stones and crap out of it, that it generally becomes a better field to work. Because then you can potentially give the player the decision that, okay, they can use the cultivator. It only kicks up a tiny little bit of the stones, and you can clean those up pretty quick. If you roll them, you're just shoving the stones back in the ground, not actually making it better. You're shoving them back down. And whatnot. And that's fine. But then you can also use the stone picker, and over time, again, you'd reduce the number of stones. But then if you use the plow, it pulls up a lot more stones than the cultivator. So then you could shove them back down using the roller. You don't make anything any better. But because you pulled up more of the stones, you could use the stone picker and improve it at a more significant amount per year. And they could even go farther to like the deep cultivator, whatever it's called, the really deep plow or whatever, that could turn up like full-on rocks kind of thing. You can use that, and it pulls up the most by volume, and same idea. You can clean it up. So you could make the decision consciously to be like earlier on, get the super deep one, and just go and like between seasons do an extra pass to just pull up the stones, you know, kind of put the extra work in early to have like a better time later. And I wouldn't say you ever get to the point of 0 stones, but the idea would be, you know, if you start out, it's a rocky field, and you go through, and you end up having 1,000 stones in your field after your pass at the very beginning because it's a brand new field in like a rocky area. You know, that over time you get down to just like 2-3 stones per pass, and maybe you just ignore them. Maybe you still pick them up. And that you could have years where you just don't get stones. But it is a dice roll kind of thing. I could definitely go for that. Because that to me is the big negative with the stone mechanic, the field stones right now in the game, is that the tools we have to pick them up are very limited, and they never get particularly large. So they're like this permanent bottleneck that you just can't make that much better. You can roller them down for most of them and just stone pick up the little bits of larger ones here and there. That's not too terrible, but it is a thing that does not scale. And that you can sit there and do all this work, and it feels like it never improves. While you'd think at some point you'd be like, I'm gonna run out of rocks at some point, or I'm gonna run out of dirt. But it would also give reasons to like bring in, like have a new thing to go where you go to the store and you buy a bunch of clay to amend your soil, or you buy a bunch of sand to amend your soil, you buy peat moss or something to amend your soil. I don't know about farming. Like to change the soil consistency and all that to improve your yields and whatnot. I'd also love to see the different, like, tree crop, like actual tree crop, like, you know, whether it's citrus or apples and pears or nut trees or whatever. It would be fun to have something like that just for a very different crop. Because, like, all the crop we have now, for the most part, are all stuff that's sitting, like, low to the ground kind of thing that maybe they get a little bit tall. But it would be fun to have something like a full-blown tree that's tall. Like, you can grow the poplar just to cut them down, which is something. But, like, have a actual tree and have to have equipment to pull the stuff down. I would imagine they'd probably go with the nut trees because we have good machinery to do that in real life versus a lot of stuff when you get to more like the citrus and apple tend to be harvested by hand even to this day. There's not a lot of good equipment for dealing with those. But the nut trees, they just have a thing that just shakes the tree and knocks all the nuts off, and then they kind of sweep them into a thing. So you'd have a tractor, you just drive in between it, pull up the trees, it'd shake the trees, you go to the next spot, shake the trees. So on the front you'd have the tree shaker, and on the back you just have what's, you know, it's basically like a windrower kind of thing where it just has the, like, the big sweeper that just pushes all the nuts into the middle. And then you'd have a separate vehicle coming behind you that has what's effectively like the foraging wagon, where it's just a little roller that pulls the nuts out of the dirt. You know, and then they go in and you, like, in real life, you go in from there, you get them washed off, do all the other stuff and whatnot. In the game, you just kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, dump it all into the sell place. Alright, just a couple more passes, and then we're going to go and move them on to the little fields. And we will get the sprayer through here real fast. And that shouldn't take very long. This is where I was also saying it'd be really nice to have a second big tractor. Because the second big tractor, what it could also do is while this was happening, I could take the other big tractor, have it over there cultivating, have it go, and then, you know, follow it up with the sprayer. So that way I got two projects going at once so that I don't, like, I don't have the time sync one then the other. They could be happening simultaneously and whatnot. But we'll get there. It's just a matter of money and how I want everything, and I don't have enough money for any of it. But we will get our extra field. I'm honestly thinking in the short term it might be sorghum. Just because while the soy would be worth the most, I need a means of storing it, and I just don't have that. The thinking about switching between fertilizer and herbicide, now the warehouse sounds so much better. Oh, I'm not worried about that. I'm just going to dump the fertilizer into bins out in the ground and I'll pick it up. Like, don't get me wrong, at a certain point, I'm going to need to make a place to store all this stuff, and I really should get that built. But we're still in that, but I need the next piece of equipment, I need the next piece of equipment, I need the next piece of equipment. Like, we'll hit a point where we'll be making enough money in a period of time that throwing, like, 5,000-10,000 here and there just for, like, stuff that is just nice to have kind of things will be no big deal. I mean, we're already not far from that. It's just we have a couple of pain points with the harvester and the seeder. And unfortunately, with the seeder, like ideally with the seeder, I want to jump all the way up to the big one and just be done with it. Just go straight up to the moon. We already have a tractor that can handle it. 206,000. Be done with it. We're solid. Because this is what we have. And I could go this one, which is slightly faster. 2 miles per hour faster is what that one does. That one is 3 miles per hour faster. This one is 4 miles per hour faster, but slightly larger. And you get the idea. At this point, I'm already 160. Why would I not just go the extra 40,000? I also haven't looked. What are these worth? So if I sold these together, we would get 30,000. So it's actually not too shabby. So yeah, so that'd be like 30,000 towards getting, again, the big one. But yeah, so we'd have that, and then we'd have the harvester. What would the harvester fetch me if I sold it? 18,000, that's basically nothing. Yeah, so basically the harvester we'll get a wink, and that's about it. Like they won't give us any meaningful amount of money. To be fair, that poor harvester's been at this for 15 years, so. But that'll be fine. Because we'll get that all sorted out. And like I said, I'm pretty sure the next field we're going to be getting is, if we look at the map right here, here's where we're at. We've got that little forest there that's along the road. I think we're going to go and get this tile because it's basically, there's a little spot here and there's a little bit of a ledge there. So we can get around that. Let's see, at this point, I'm not surprised they're asking for money to get rid of the harvester. I mean, like, no, just waste disposal. Hey, Ariel, how's it going? Alright, so get this one done. Get you moved on to the next field. But yeah, so when it comes to cash out time for this harvest, the bread, that should get us an extra field, and we'll still have like 60,000 plus left over. So if everything goes well, we will be able to get the new area, get the new field, and then the cash out of that field will likely make us enough money to buy the next seeder in the next harvest after that. It's been good finishing laundry. Nice. It's been good hanging out, streaming, doing the good stuff. Yeah, so that'd be good because that'd give us our seeder. So that where this takes us a while to get through seeding the crop. I think the next seeder is like 3 times the size of this one, and we can move faster, and it does a round of fertilizer while it's at it. So, you know, we could just do everything in one go. My question is, if you overwhelm the mill, will you store the grain or sell the extra grain? So we would probably... I'd probably store it. Realistically, I don't think we have to worry about that now. We could see that we could potentially... Oh, 1 second. You'll probably actually get through that. I could see that there is the possibility we we do outrun the mill. I don't think we'll outrun to the mill to the point that I'll just have a whole bunch of sorghum laying around and go, oh crap, what do I do with this? If we do, we'll sell the extra because it's probably not going to be that much. But all that would mean would be the next year we would grow something else, which is still fine if we get down to, like, if I do ultimately have to go the route of, you know, growing the soy makes sense kind of thing, then we could deal with that then. But right now, the only reason I'm not doing soy is I have to build a granary to get the real value out of it. And the granary is not cheap. That'd be the reason we'd potentially go with the sorghum, is because sorghum I could just turn around right away, toss it in the granary, it becomes flour. So it's already going through a process with no additional cost, no additional equipment or anything. And then we can get our larger seeder. The larger harvester is still going to be a bit of a stretch. That'll probably take us 2 in-game years to make that happen. But then the next thing would be to expand our production lines into other things, that kind of stuff. So by then we'd be able to just buy a new tile and just chuck down some other stuff, get our stuff out. You find a difference between U.S. I find the difference between the U.S. and at least Romaine. Okay. For you, granary is the silo? I'm probably not using the terms correctly, so it's probably not even a US thing. That is probably a player not using terminology correctly, because I don't farm in real life. Nor am I kind of expert in farming in any stretch of the imagination. In the game, I believe, I can't remember if they call it a granary or they call it a grain mill. I think they call it a grain mill in game. So it's probably just me using the wrong terminology. All right. So if I get hung up on, I was like, when was the granary built? Oh, the mill. Yeah. Alright, I think this would be small enough to handle this. Yeah, I think if we go 1 notch smaller, it won't cover it. You're making relatively good progress over there. Oh, I needed you to go the other way. It's probably okay. You surprised the boom arms cleared the rock? Yeah, no, I tested that the other day that it does go over the top of it. It is high enough. All right. Okay, so it's a little bit wider than what you got there. So we are waiting on you again. The good news is it's already mostly done with this field. It's got probably about 4 or 5 more passes. But once it gets done after like 1 or 2 more passes, I can do the next round of fertilizer here, let it finish off, do the next round of fertilizer the other way, and then we just got that one last small little patch, and then we're done seeding these fields. And then from there, we will be on to cultivating and fertilizing the other field, but we're no rush to that. That doesn't need to be done till like March, because we plant in April. I'm just gonna let it skip that rock, it's fine. I'm not gonna fight with it. Because a good chance that we go to fight with it, what'll end up happening is it'll want to start the other way and I'll have to like deal with a whole lot of stuff to get the AI to do what I want it to. It's easier just ignore all those problems and pretend they're not there. Wait, why are you not turning? Why are you not turning? Oh, I accidentally hit the AI button. I was like, what is happening? Why is this not doing anything? Okay, that makes sense. It's like, why can I not steer my tractor? I accidentally hit the thing that turned on the AI driver's like, all right, man, if you want to go this way, we can go this way. So when I went to turn this on, instead I hit the AI driver, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll do it. Think about game challenge. Imagine starting with a hoe and a sickle. Well, there is no hoe and sickle in the game. There are mods you can get that will give you like just a hoe, like a little hand plow, a little hand hoe, a little that kind of stuff that you can do it by hand. It's a neat idea, but at the same time, you know, you probably wouldn't want to do that. On the other hand, it does mean you'd be able to like start growing crops immediately, to be able to like get your little hand hoe and just like dig the spot, you know, slowly work your way across. And they make it work kind of like your tractors do. It's just, you know, it ends up being like half a meter per pass or some nonsense, whatever it ends up being, like a third of a meter per pass. Whatever one unit is on the grid. But it's those things you just walk and it would just take care of it. Alright. You can see a mod where you drive around a person with various tools. Yeah, I think it works something like that. I remember seeing it. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Because I debated with doing another one of these types of runs, like for the YouTube channel, and grabbing the mods that make like the old-timey vehicles that are like really budget. But from everything I've seen with them, the vast majority of them, those old-timey vehicles end up being just as good as a lot of the actual equipment in there. So it's effectively just giving yourself an easier start, which is fine. But for like the purposes of the challenge, you know, it doesn't feel great. But do you know what I have, chat? I have a real big cookie. That's what I have. I have a real big chocolate chip cookie. And I'm happy about it. Sometimes I was imagining a 2-stroke 50 horsepower tractor out before a 500 horsepower tractor. Brady's like, rude. You too could have your very own cookie. If I'm not, I want that cookie. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Like I've seen there'll be like, there was a mod that gave you like a weed eater. So for like mowing, it was just like you had like little weed whacker kind of thing that your character, you could just like spin and do that. And you actually looked at the speed you can kind of go through. It's like, you know, that's honestly faster than like the smallest of the like the mowing heads and all that. I'm like, sure, it's obnoxious, which is certainly something to say about it. But it's like, that's actually not that bad. All right. None of this is bad as I've been still uploading. Oh yeah, actually, I needed to. What I'm gonna do is while I finish this row here real fast. My last YouTube video just dropped earlier today, like during stream and whatnot. I'm gonna go grab that real fast so I can go and update my command. I want to hear myself stop. So grab you, copy, get rid of this. You're still working, so we can go ahead and go to our commands in Firebot. And go to our time-based commands, and go to video, choose edit. RUD's a command. Alright, so it's command, what was it? YouTube video, there we go, that's the one. So you go over here, I can update the message real fast. No, not that button, please. Okay, save, timers, timer on. And put you back up here. And just in time, like nothing ever happened. But basically, we just had the new YouTube video for, I have a Survivor Man challenge I've been doing off stream. It's been going on. Which does mean you get to see more of this kind of stuff. But the big difference is, where for example, it takes me a long time to work through all these fields and whatnot. What ends up happening is I play some music and, you know, fast forward and like montage it, whatever. And you get to see like all of that happen really quickly. So that way you can have like an entire end game day knocked out in the course of about 30 minutes. But with that one, I'm playing on a different map that's like conceptually similar, but it's called Calmlands. And I took an entirely different approach to what I've got going on here. Like, yes, we cut trees at the beginning. Yes, I did ultimately put down some greenhouses. That's kind of just the way it goes. But I have moved into doing the carrots. I immediately regret it. It's been terrible. But I've already committed, so it is where I am. At this point, I've spent the money. And that's been going on. But that run, I already have a field that's probably about the same size as all these fields combined. But it is growing carrots without any of the necessary supporting equipment beyond just being able to put them in the ground and pull them back out, and it's awful. I have no concept for how much herbicide I need. Okay, and that'll be the last of the fertilizer for you. And then once that field's done, we'll get the 2 rounds of fertilizer. Alright. Okay, I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for watching, I'll be back here in a moment. Okay. But this will be the last process that's not particularly fast that we have tonight. Because what we're going to do is we're going to get through seeding this field. I'll do the fertilizer. We hit it with the herbicide. And basically it's going to be fast forwarding to selling all our bread. Selling all of our flour. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. So we'll be selling our bread, selling our flour. Selling our stuff from the greenhouses. And then we'll get up to the point where it's right around the time to plant the sorghum. There's a good chance we'll get that started on today's stream, but by then we'll already have our money. So there's a very good chance we'll end up doing is actually getting the new tile, deciding where we want to make our field, and like making a giant field. And I think we make the giant field regardless of what way we go to do that, because I think realistically we're going to plant probably short-term sorghum, maybe soybeans long-term, maybe canola long-term. Like, canola would definitely be one to consider as well. It's just, it overlaps with the current growing season as it is, which is just another thing. And we will want the, how much is it for the building that makes the oil stuff? Production. Spinnery, sugar mill, Taylor. Yes, the oil mill is 80,000. The sugar mill is also 80,000. Okay. Yeah, so it'd be 80,000 if we wanted to go into the oil. And there's good money to be made there, so we could grow a bunch of canola, make it into canola oil, and then sell the canola oil. Would certainly be an option as well. But that'd probably be a longer term thing. I think we want to get the upgraded seeder first before we consider that. And if all goes well, an upgraded harvester. Now the harvester is a bigger barrier. I know we looked at it for the harvester that it was here is where we had the first one that was worthwhile. And the absolute biggest one is 489. Which is the one that gives us the 13.8. Wasn't there the John Deere? Isn't there a John Deere that's supposed to get bigger? Oh, there is. Yes, here's the bigger one. Yes, there's the John Deere here, which is the biggest one that you can get the 15.2 wide thing, and it carries 16,000 liters of crop, which we'd like to get there someday. But I think right now we're going to aim for about the red one here, I think. Yeah, that's when we start seeing the larger... Oh no, it's actually not that impressive. That's only 2. Like that's the thing. I want... Okay, yeah, so we'll aim for this one here. Yeah, so it'll end up costing us about 400,000. And give it a bigger engine. Cool. But that'll be fine. But that'll be a little ways down the road. I think we end up getting the larger seeder first. That'll enable us to do more. And honestly, it might be we get the larger seeder first, potentially get another additional tile after that, then get the larger harvester. Because being able to throw another 30,000-40,000 at it each year should speed up the rate that we can make that happen. Because we are like largest sprayer. We would have the largest seeder by that point. Second largest cultivator. We've got our production line set up. But yeah, the harvester would definitely be our pain point after all that. Alright, so you're doing your thing. I should be able to squeeze this in here and get the first row knocked out. Okay. We can try spraying this with herbicide immediately and seeing what happens. I just am a little leery about wasting, like if it ends up not working right away, wasting that money and then finding out like, you know, it was literally a waste of money kind of thing. That'd be a big bummer. Because that means I'd have to sell some of the greenhouse stuff early, potentially. If it does work, it's saving percent produce. Right. That's kind of the catch-22 of why I'm kind of going back and forth with it. Because obviously if it doesn't work... Sorry. Obviously I want it to work because that ends up being important, but at the same time, if it doesn't work, then I'm out the entire cost of whatever the herbicide takes to put down in all my fields. Which I will have to top off the fertilizer. Why would you stop there? No, don't. Sorry. That was on me. Please go. Let's see, I'll say it works because otherwise you'll get hit with a weed penalty with nothing you can do about it. Yeah, I just haven't really noticed that kind of thing before, but that's alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this over here. We're going to unload our remaining fertilizer. Then we're going to drive up. We're going to patch it up. I missed the forgot to in Rual about last message. I was really confused. Alright, so about 2 of those is about 25%. I'm gonna go grab a bunch of herbicide. Actually buy some of that while we're on the way up. Okay, herbicide. How much do you cost? 24,000? Right, it's another one of those ones that's weird that I can only buy them one at a time. So buy the one, we'll load it into here, and then we'll go to the spigot outside and load up. Don't follow if you're enjoying the stream. Yep. I can understand why you'd be confused by that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so one container is about 14%. So this is going to financially suck, as they say. Hey, Wallet. I feel like you've been too happy lately. Oh yeah, just all my money gone. All of it right there. Alright, so we already have to sell a load of greenhouse stuff. Money, what money? Pretty much. But that said, we're going to be getting like 160 or 140 or whatever thousand very soon, so it's kind of a bummer, but at the same time. Is it? Let's grab our trailer. Just gonna grab a big old pile of strawberries and all that and just sell real quick. And we're not selling the bread. That's too valuable to sell early. All right. This is gonna be some lost profit, but that's okay. Yeah, no, it's -6 because when I bought the fertilizer from the spigot, it basically loaded up and then it rounded. Like rounded to it, so it's like slightly off. I honestly feel like I got gypped on that though, because the pallets are only 2,400 and 2,000 liters, so it gave me about 14%. I don't feel like I got my full value out of that. Like I feel like the spigot charged me way more. Don't. We can recover it. There we go. I'm hoping that'll be enough herbicide so I won't have to go in and buy even more. You should consume at the same rate as the fertilizer. Alright, that's probably plenty for right now, 25%. Okay. We can go park this down there. We'll do the pass of the herbicide, and then it's time to fast forward till, you know, basically payday. Yeah, so we lost about 4,000-ish in potential profit from selling that early, but it is what it is. If I didn't do that, then we'd have a bunch of production stuff would shut down because we ran out of money. Spraying the weeds right after seeding does prevent weeds. Gotcha. Thank you for making sure I was aware. Yeah, that's the thing. It's only because I know Soul runs a whole bunch of mods, and we've had a whole bunch of like, oh, you just need to do this. It's like, that's not a thing. It's like, oh wait, never mind, mod. That's the only reason there's the hesitation, is that's happened a bunch. You're amazed that the tractor can pull the 110 ton fertilizer. I was too, honestly. Like, we had the big blue tractor doing all the work, and I'm like, okay, wait a second, it's gonna let me just use this? Sure, I can live with this. This game is hard enough on regular for me. Even when I got good at the game, I didn't really start making money until you have like $2 million in equipment. Okay, so it does change it from like dark to light when we do that, so I can tell where I've actually been doing this. Alright, so this is to prevent weeds, because we did cultivate, so we do get weeds now, as opposed to the plow, we didn't get weeds. So this is the extra step we gained by cultivating versus plowing, but this plus the cultivating is way faster than the plowing was. All right. I will say, when you plow and seed, it looks way better than when you cultivate and seed. What if Farm Simmer is going to have the SnowRunner physics on the road? That'd be a mistake. That's not me, like, bashing on SnowRunner's physics. It's just that's not the point of this game. That'd be the classic mistake that a lot of people make when it comes to game dev of, oh, you know, let's tick this extra box and do this thing. And you're like, but does it make sense for your game to do that? Not really. Then don't do it. Not that you can't, like, do stuff outside your genre, but for something sweeping as, like, the physics of your game, does whatever the change, does that work with or against what your game is? Having your truck, like, bounce around all over the place and get, like, bogged down in the mud and all that constantly does not make sense for something for Farm Sim to do. There is 1,000 other things they could do that would more meaningfully add to the game. Like, you know, more crops, pests, molds and mildews, tree fruit, tree nuts. Like, all those make more sense. You know, being able to have, instead of where we're like towing like this, being able to have for another option, you put a rigid frame over top of your crop that, you know, just has the sprayers in it, so you can just like blast the entire field with, you know, fertilizer or herbicide or whatever, you know, in one go. It's just, there's a more significant upfront, you know, cost of building the structure, and then once you build the structure, it's kind of there. You can take it down, but you lose a bunch of money on it. It was past my first thought went to hogs, then an FPS on how much that'd be terrible idea for farm sim. Yeah, no, I'm talking more like aphids, leaf miners, locusts, weevils, like that kind of thing. And then again, you'd also have like your various molds and mildews like southern blight and whatever. Would be more of those things to deal with. Because all southern blight is, I believe it's a mildew. But attacks, I want to say it's the roots of the plant. It's either roots of the stem, but it attacks that, which then, you know, of course, kills the plant. Or like we talked about earlier, making it so you can do stuff to treat or amend the soil in ways that it's more than just like hucking some fertilizer down, that kind of thing. Then instead we could do stuff to like slowly, more long-term de-stone the soil and all that. There's already a farming game with dynamic terrain. It's called Professional Farmer. I've never heard of that one before. Or are you talking about, like, professional farmers, like, actually becoming a farmer? It's a very expensive game to start, I hear. You don't even get me started on the DLC either. No, it's a video game. Gotcha. I haven't seen it yet myself. All right. Okay, gave it to the AI. Are you gonna do okay this time with the herbicide? Because for some reason when I did the fertilizer, it would just be in the middle of the field to just stop and start turning around like when we have tree stumps and all that, but we definitely don't have tree stumps. Is the DLC called Government Interference? I don't know what you're even going on with that. We want something cool. They could do an NPK bounce. Oh yeah, like the fertilizer bounce and all that. Are you gonna actually manage it? Because I didn't have good luck with you trying to do the airfield. Or like it'd also be interesting to have like dynamic events in the game. So like have it so sometimes you'll have like one year there'll be like, you know, some storm, like they'll just have like a news ticker that like storm hits and then the prices are a little bit weird that year, that like, oh, this storm hit this area. So for the moment, like wheat prices are way up because like that was the main producer of wheat got hit. I see you slowing down. So what are you doing? Let's see how you go with this. See, like I don't understand this one because you look at very clearly this isn't done. And you are working the field across from you partially. And I don't know why it does that. And then it stopped there. Apparently there's a Farm Sim 23. It's a mobile game. It's not the sequel to this. It is a mobile game. There's also going to be like Farm Sim Kids or something like that. To teach, children about farming in general. Which sounded kind of interesting. Is this on Steam? This game is on Steam. Farm Sim 23 is not on Steam. Yeah, for whatever reason, the AI just does not know how to handle the sprayer. I suspect what will ultimately happen is for stuff like that, where I want the AI to do stuff like this, it will be one of those things that I have to just have a field by itself, nowhere near any trees or anything. Like, that'll be the only way to get the AI to do it well. Come on, you can do it. We're just gonna cut across like we never did that stripe. Because it's not even the whole length, so it's just gonna be more annoying to work around it than to, just go with it. Alright. Where there's like little gaps and hesitations back there. Oh, that's my own tracks. It's just now they're showing. Weird. It's just a tire track texture that was going across there that just didn't show last time. From when I did the fertilizer. Okay. Alright, we just got the one last field there to do, and we will be ready to fast forward to payday. So this game is pretty good PC minimum specs, so I might end up buying it. Yeah, I don't know how to save for like being in the bottom of the pile specs are. I haven't had any problems with my system, but my system's also nowhere near low specs. But also at the same time, on the same computer, I am running Farm Sim 22. I am running OBS, pushing out to both YouTube and Twitch, and I am running TikTok Live Studio. And we're not dropping frames on any of them. We're having any performance issues on any of these platforms. So that's honestly a pretty promising sign that it's a bit on the flexible side. Which honestly, that's considering TikTok Live Studio is a smoldering pile of garbage when it comes to software. It just absolutely destroys your CPU. All right. And then with that, we should be all good to go. Honestly, I don't even think... I think we basically used about what one container of herbicide is. So we got more herbicide than we need, which is a totally fine problem to have, because then it just means I've got more for the next time. And kick this out here. It's gonna be hard to identify one of those from the other. Alright. So you can just park that there for now. Okay, so it is time to, first of all, check on the flour mill. It is getting a bit overloaded. Let's get that sorted before that happens. And then we advance the day. Now we just check on the, the flour mill and the bakery. And the sheep. Yeah, so I have basically one full load. Should be two more. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Alright. So we can drop this off. Yeah, generally OBS is mostly CPU intensive. Like, you can use different settings that'll hit your graphics card more, your CPU more, and stuff like that. But it is a fairly intensive program. That said, it's nowhere near as bad as, like I said, TikTok Live Studio. OBS does a lot of stuff that's got it reasonably well optimized. How are the sheep doing? They're doing okay for right now. All right. Still okay for the moment. Need this to be on the other way. So when I kick it out, it's not kicking it back out into the output of the bakery. Alright, let's grab our stuff from the granary. You've got almost two full truckloads here. Come on. All right. Kick out 3 more, I believe. Okay. Next day. We'll also need to check to see, I think it's January and February we sell, if I remember correctly. No. The water, that's our seasoning. That's our secret recipe and why our water is the best water. Or sorry, not our water. Our flour is the best water. Everyone else, they get that dry flour. We get our flour. It's got that extra texture, extra clumpy. Just mind the little furry bits. You don't want to eat those. And we're in November. Just continuing to toss out all that again and again. Grab more flour. But on this map, I notice you pay a lot for water when filling from the personal silo instead of driving to the main hub to refill. Yeah, it's just out of the way. If I get a much larger water container, that wouldn't be that big a deal. But otherwise I gotta do the whole commute with a not particularly large water container again and again. But yeah, at some point I'll probably get a the big truck, like the semi truck and the water trailer for that. And then with that point I'll probably just go and make the errand. We can double check while it's restocking. So for the flour was, yeah, January. There we go. Like, why aren't you loading? Okay. You don't always get a dolly? Use a tractor to pull it? Yeah. I still gotta purchase it, and I think right now the seeder's the more important thing. You know, costing me a little bit of water every year is not that big a deal. Versus investing the tens of thousands of dollars it would be for the... Actually, I think it might even be like $100,000 for like the really big water container. Like, I've got what I need to function right now. I've been prioritizing most of my stuff in either A, opportunity to make more money, or B, what is like the most slow, inefficient, painful process kind of thing. So you get 9 more. Three more. How much the new trailer cost? If we're talking about the water container trailer, that'll be, I believe, I can't remember if it's under animals itself or it's under the other setting for that. So it's 68,000. Yeah, so it's 68,000 is for the big water container. Like, realistically, once we start going into the area of, like, branching out to a bunch of animals, I'll probably want to have that for convenience's sake. But, you know, at the moment, it's just not that big of a priority for me. Like, right now, saving up for the cedar is going to save me way more time than that will. Okay, and they finally did get through all their grass. So we will need to get more bales later for the sheep. Because that's like it. I just got like 2 full years of like grass and just dumped them in front of the sheep and be like, you're square. Don't worry about it. I don't want to hear from you again for a while. We got more than a full load of that. Come on. So much flour. And that's almost the full load of bread. We're gonna get 2 more, maybe 3 more, pallets of bread. Alright, so we got 14 more pallets popping out, so that'll be a truck and some change. It'll run out of wheat pretty soon, at which point production will turn off. That's part of the reason I was like, oh, I should probably just go ahead and get sorghum for the next one, for the next field when we buy it. Because right now the granary does shut down for about 4 months. Not the granary. The grain mill does shut down for about 4 months because I don't have enough crop to keep it running 24/7. That's the reason why, like, making a whole extra field temporarily sorghum till I get other stuff lined up. That's just gonna be like an extra $40,000+ per year. That'll help get things going. But then we could potentially, like I said, we could potentially, I think we might go the route of canola. Get canola, get the oil production. Maybe after that, get a warehouse and just grab all that. And make that happen. So it'll be, get the new plot. In the interim, grow some sorghum. Get the really big cedar. Alright, chat, it is payday. So let's see how much money we can make. And I did see the thing where it, like, alerting says, like, whatever great demand or whatever. I've yet to see that actually do anything I care about in the game. So yeah, it's like great demand at farm shop. Uh-huh. What does that mean? Like, intuitively, I'd assume that means the prices have gone up. But also, I've never actually seen that noticeably happen. I mean, you could buy some wheat and throw in the way smaller margins. Means one of the prices went up. Gotcha. But the problem is that, like, it goes up, but it doesn't seem to align with anything, so... Unless it happens to go up on a good I just happen to already have, it doesn't seem like I should even bother caring. Now, that said, if we're just arbitrarily, I don't know, be up on flour or bread, that could be pretty nice. Okay, and no more in there. So let's go sell our bread. And this should make us a good 40 to 60,000 right here, right at the gate. And then we sell a heck of a lot of flour for like another 60 to 80,000. And then tomorrow we sell all the stuff out of the greenhouse for probably another 15,000 since we already sold a bunch of it. Yep, 46,000 there. Love to see it. I wonder with, like, being able to put the pallets in a warehouse, like, what the UI is for getting them back out kind of thing, or how that even works. Because I'm putting a bunch of different stuff in there, there's got to be an elegant way to be like, this is what I'm trying to get. I haven't even I haven't looked at it yet. Alright, so let's try and grab the ones that are mostly incomplete boxes as best we can to top off the bakery, and then everything else we sell. Actually, here's what I can do. I can go here. That'll grab just the full ones. We can sell this batch. Bread is a great moneymaker? Yep. Because then we'll grab all those half-filled boxes and see if we can just get rid of that real fast. I mean, I'll switch to any boxes after this. Because we'll top off the bakery, and that means all the rest of the flours will do whatever the heck we want with. I mean, there's not that many production lines that really use this. Now, I guess the big question is, when it does great demand, does, like, let's say it's, like, just the season that the stuff isn't worth a whole lot, but it does great demand. Does that mean it then goes higher than would be normally kind of like its peak price? Because that'd be my assumption, is the great demand means you get higher than the normal peak. That the idea is there was a shortage and you're just doing that kind of thing. Alright, let's see if I feed this into the bakery. Does it top it off? Nope. That's fine. We'll just grab the next set and we'll just keep feeding the bakery till it's full. Considering you got another 6 over there, and each of those represents $9,000 and some change. That's not too shabby. There, it's full. Okay. There's no point in me picking up more off of that, because those are all full loads. So we can drop this off real fast. And then we got 6 trips of $9,000. So that's going to be $54,000 back there. We already got another $9,000 we turned in, plus whatever this is. This will be probably $3,000, if that. That'll be pretty nice. That should put us up to about $114,000. Check the Googles as well. Great demand is a price multiplier. Gotcha. So if you have great demand, but it's on a bad season, it's not that worth it. But if you have great demand, but it's on a good season, like you win the lottery kind of thing, it could be a huge boon. Do you lose money from damage you currently have? No. Like I don't lose money from the damage here or anything like that. Like we'll get repaired and all that, but now I think the trailer you lose a little bit of stuff if you have damage that you don't fix. Stuff like the harvesters and the seeders end up costing you a bit of money. Like the tractor's damage hurts your top speed and horsepower. That's what that does. I don't know what this does. I imagine it probably slows you down or something like that. Gotcha. Trailer damage is max speed. That's what I was figuring. Because it was just dumping materials out the back. That'd be a pretty severe penalty. Honestly, though, almost all that damage is on the tractor. The trailer's probably barely got any on it. By the way, is there a bigger trailer? Yeah, for the semis. Like that's the big deal. Is we'd probably want to get like the semi front and all that, but it's just one of those things that like me going back and forth 5-6 times for this to get quick cash is not that big of a time sink versus like the seeder and the harvester are big time sinks. Honestly, getting a better, like just a bigger tractor in general would save us more time than the trailer probably matters. Because if I get the bigger tractor, then I can do the whole thing where I send this tractor to do one task, grab the other tractor, do another task. And, you know, the longer task then becomes the, you know, what dictates how long a day takes. But yeah, so we're gonna buy another tile of land here in a minute, and like I said, we'll probably put another large field on it. Good thing that cultivators can create fields. That'll save a bunch of time. Can cultivators make fields? I thought that was a thing that you need the plows or the The forestry mulchers can also do it. I never made a field with a cultivator. I mean, it makes sense. It's a big rectangle. It'd be faster, certainly. I don't think I've ever seen anyone make a field with a cultivator in the game. Like, I usually use, like, the little plow to, like, frame it out, and then I get the big plow and I clean it up. Or, like, fill it in. I guess not clean it up. Yeah, I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the things that is a plow can do it. But like I said, it can be a plow, or there's these mulchers that you can use that grind stumps and bushes. Those can also make fields. I haven't tried a cultivator yet. Why am I going forever over that? Back up. I want it to be one transaction. Bigger number makes me feel better. Alright, so we do have enough for our next tile of land. Yeah, big number go brr. So, as a reminder, we do have a poll going on in the Discord in our polls channel for, like, various games that people might want to see on the channel. And that includes, like, if you want to see more Farming Simulator, you gotta hop on there and be like, hey, I'd like to see more of that. We also have both the community server idea as well as to just play Farming Sim, like, continue this run as two separate items. Because I'm trying to gauge the interest in, like, multiplayer stuff, but we've got that. We've got SnowRunner, we got Ixion, which is a city builder and a, like, busted up space station. I don't remember half of what's on there. There's a bunch of stuff. We got Mountain Blade Bannerlord too, which I think I'm gonna try and have for this time when we gonna play it. You know, an objective beyond just try and take as much territory as possible, because for those who have ever played Mountain Blade Bannerlord, the game actively tries to make it so you don't take over the world. If you start to get in the lead, all of the other teams try to very much target you, to make it very hard. Yeah, they gang up you. It's not impossible to wipe them out, but with all them ganging up and you hitting you from different directions, and the fact that they wink wink, nudge nudge, hand wave themselves into being able to make troops faster than you kind of thing, it makes it very difficult, even if you are just absolutely winning every single fight, to meaningfully capture more of the world. Usually the only way you manage to make it work is by trying to bottleneck them in different ways. Or mods, or whatever. But it is deliberately designed, so you're supposed to have, like, a long format game that you're not supposed to just win it. Like, the actual win condition in the game isn't even to wipe out the enemies. It's something like to capture, like, 60, 70, or 80% of the area for your group or whatever, and that's like the, yeah, you won! That's yeah, it's other have really fast horses and really don't want you to eliminate the last 2 or 3 leaders. Yup. Well, that's the only way I've ever seen to, like, really get a solid lead on someone, is to, like, become the ruthless leader that just every time you find an enemy person, you execute them. Each and every single one. You just knock down as many leaders as possible. And just hunt enemy leaders. I believe you can actually wipe out. I think you can wipe out entire factions by just executing all their leaders until there's basically no one left, kind of thing. I'm trying to remember how that works though. I can't remember if the game will generate new ones or not. Yeah. Right. That's what I don't know if that's still the case. I believe that's how you would ultimately clear the map, is literally just going absolute mass murderer. So any time you capture anyone, it's you execute literally everybody. Yeah, been a while for you, but the last guy would never join, so it had to be an execution. And you lose good rep for doing execution. Yeah. By the way, your farm sim YouTube in chat should mention which part you're on and date post or something. That's probably not a bad idea. I mean, it is on part 3, but yeah, that's not a bad. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe just have like the title and because the title has the part in it on YouTube. That's like for like that series. It's like, you know, the name of the episode, the game, what part. Or bribe all leaders to defect for you as well. I assume it'd be those things that they could defect back kind of things or something. I've never actually messed with it like that. Like I said, the only way I've ever knocked it down in a meaningful way, it didn't even finish the playthrough because I got bored after a long time. It was very genuinely to go through and just execute literally everyone. Once you're powerful enough, they won't? Gotcha. Alright, so I did my math terribly. I was like, we'll have 114,000. We actually have 118,000. So let's repair the tractor, gas it up. Is there anything on sale we need? Oh, that's for doing grapes. Because we could always get lucky and get, like, the best cedar on sale used, whatever. It's not going to happen because we're going to turn around and buy this piece of land immediately, and that's going to wipe out our money. Let's see. If you're a threat to their families, they will stick to you enough thick and thin. Even if 99% of them would want to defect. They cripple you? Yeah. Yeah, like the downside is even if you do like a full merchant run in Bannerlord 2, like you can sit there and you can just make money. But if you do like just make boatloads of money, you're gonna spend it on something, and all you have to spend it on after a while is just buying castles and all that. And once you buy enough castles, they will bully up on you as well. Because it doesn't care how you do it, or even if you've been best friends the entire time. The moment you start building up your numbers too much, they'll be like, nope, it's time to kill you. Get to see how you make a field? Well, we are going to be doing that here in just a minute. The first thing I want to do is I want to go to the cultivator real fast. And see if the cultivator does in fact let you make fields. Because I don't think it does, but you know, that could be a mod thing, but I'm also not confident in that. Because honestly, I don't end up getting the cultivators very often, because I end up getting the plow, and I have so many other things to work on that I've just worked with. I know the cultivators are better, so far as getting things done in a timely manner. Cultivators making fields the mod only thing? I figured this was. Yep. So that means making the field is something we gotta do ourselves. So first and foremost, the sheep, you good? Yeah, sheep, you good. Alright, so we're gonna go pull up the map here. And I believe the tile we're going to look at is tile 45. I am going to grab the little plow, not the big one, but the little one, because it's just easier for me to frame out a field with that one, versus then we can go in. What is the sorghum plant? April. So I like to use the little plow just for framing everything out. It's way easier to box something out with it. And then we can turn around and grab like the big plow to fill it in. Let's get over here real fast. So we do have a rock up there. We get a bunch of tiny little trees here. Yeah, so it's just the rock up there, that's the north end of the field. And then the tiny trees over there. Okay. So I think we'll plan... Do we put the road down here? We can put the road down here as one spot, connect it onto there. The alternative is instead of going down there, we go up here, and we have the road cut across here. But if we do, then I'd probably have it go along this way, to allow me to have a big space of the field. We could go up and like zigzag it. We could probably actually do both. It won't even cost me that much of the field. Alright, so let's start down in here, this corner, because these trees are kind of a block that I don't want to deal with. So let's get set up real fast over here. Because that rock is what I'm seeing as like my north boundary. So line it up to 0. Okay, so we're clear from the tree. Let's scooch it up a bit more so I got room for a road later. Oh, wait, I have to actually buy the land, don't I? That is an important step in the process, is owning the property I'm trying to work on. And it is ours. Alright, we just slowly drag this along. Yeah, this will give me... I'll be able to tuck like a couple things in here along the wooded area there. We're still going to get a pretty good chunk of this map. We'll be able to tuck some business in there. We can put the road over there and out and around. So that'll give us some room to work over here to have some interesting stuff. We're not going to push our luck to try and get as close as possible to the rock. Get a little bit of a wide berth. I'm just get over to 270. Roa doesn't know if you really like straight edges, sharp corners, etc. in your fields. You can paint. You can paint to fix up the edge of the corner plowing. Yep, we've done that. Yeah, so usually what I'll do is I'll use something like this plow to like frame it out. And you saw where I got like one tiny little speck sticking out there? I can go and I can touch with the paint tool, just knock that one square out. Alright. We don't want to go all the way to the edge of the map, because if we do, then you get weird stuff when you're harvesting where you can't quite pick up the things you harvest and all that. Be careful about going beyond the, going to the boundary of what you own. Come on, 80. All right. Yeah, and I just like this because it's so easy to frame this out. Yeah, I've used the likes of Courseplay in the past also, where I'll map out the edge and have the AI do the rest. That way I just have to paint the edges a tiny bit, spots to fix up manually. Yeah. I haven't done any of the Courseplay AI stuff. Like, I've heard good things, it's just one of those things I haven't touched. Yeah, so this will be our next field here. So it probably won't be quite as big as our other sorghum field, but it is going to be pretty big. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go from our starting point over there, because that's where we kind of eyeballed it to make sure we had room for a road. Remember to bring the stump grinder here? Come on, 270. All right. You don't tend to use Courseplay as much anymore. You use GPU to be nice and exact to my work, but I prefer to do things myself now. Very little AI. Gotcha. I've found unless you're willing to really slow down time, like really slow down time, if you're doing everything yourself, unfortunately, you do start to hit like kind of a hard cap on how much you can do on your farm at a given day. All right. So now I can just finish off this little spot here. Okay, so now I've got that framed out. We're gonna ditch this little thing. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trees inside the perimeter there, so we'll want to get rid of those. We can drive over here real fast. Drop this off. I don't remember where the stump grinder is. I think it might be all the way over there. But we will need both the stump grinder and the plow. The big plow this time, not the little one. Actually, how am I doing on time? Alright. Well, actually, I have a slight change of plans with that. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to check to make sure the sheep are all taken care of. We're going to advance the day, and we're going to sell the stuff from the greenhouse, and then dealing with that can be the next time we play. So let's see, how are the sheep doing? They're fine for right now, is what they're doing. And everything else is fine over there. And the bakery's fine, correct? Yes. All right. So you're all fine, you're not backed up, and the sheep are very low on everything. So I'm gonna do is gonna quickly go over here. Wait, is that your home or meth lab? Home. That's what we started in, with this being a not zero to hero, this being a Survivor Man challenge. We just started with that, the truck, and a chainsaw. And everything else has been built up from there. We started with $0 as well. Okay. Yeah, so we'll need to feed the sheep. We'll need to do all that. But I want to get our final verdict so far as the money coming in. Because we're like in no real crunch yet so far as the sorghum goes. Because like I said, we've got that field that I need to run the cultivator, which will go relatively quick. Then we need to fertilize it and all that. Smooth. Come on. Alright, so you got 3 more boxes popping out. It's not how this is supposed to go. There we go. And I don't have super strength or anything like that turned on, which is the reason I'm not just picking it up and cleaning up my mess. Why would you do that? Alright, first load. Go make our money. I guess one thing we'll probably do is maybe we'll end up doing, once we get the cedar, potentially let's go and clean up that parking lot we were going to add in forever ago that I talked about doing and never did, because it's always like, no wait, I need the next tool. No wait, I need the next tool. No wait, I need the next tool. I can't make it night yet, I need the next tool. All right. It's another 6,000 bucks. Because we'll need that money potentially for a little bit more fertilizer, I would guess. Also potentially, I don't think we'll need more herbicide. I think we'll be good for the two far fields for that. I do think long-term, both those fields won't stay sorghum. One of them probably stays sorghum, and the other one will become something else. Like, I could see putting another grain field over there, like maybe down that tile or something. And then the field on this side ends up becoming canola or corn or whatever else. But yeah, so I could see putting another field down there, so that's close to the grain mill, or up here someplace. But putting that on this side of the map and all that. And then that side I can start putting like the canola or corn or sunflowers or whatever. Alright, so that's been fully emptied. Grab the spare. Alright, I'll have to do one more trip. But yeah, that'll be nice. That should be an extra, like I said, probably 30,000-40,000 a year we'll get from that. And then considering we had to burn several $1,000s in the way we approached the greenhouse stuff, and we're still going to be spending about $50,000 after spending $85,000. Not shabby at all. And if we get lucky over here on this other side, I could also see expanding that. But I do think the next purchase is the seeder. To get the big seeder, because that's, I think, our biggest time sink now is reseeding the fields. Then we'll see about production line stuff, and then we'll go for the harvester. But like the other good news is once we get all like the equipment, not necessarily top of the line for this this crop, but like at least close to that, you know, spending the extra little bit to get the tiny bit better, probably not worth the effort right now. That does mean when I go to branch out into other products, I can just immediately go, okay, you know, the cultivator's used for all of them, or I have the plow for those who don't. So the cultivator and the plow are used for all of them, so that's square. I've already got the sprayer and the thing for lime, that's used for all of them, so I don't have to worry about that. So it'd like literally just be the seeder and the harvester if those are different. But if I go into canola, it uses the same seeder and the same harvester. So that's one of those things that we can get entire in our production line with zero change in equipment. We just buy the production line building itself, which is 80,000. You know, and then what ended up happening is we make more money with that, and then you go and branch out to the next thing. All right. But cool. What this means, though, is now I don't have to worry about trying to remember next time to sell the stuff from the greenhouse. That's the only reason I was like, no, wait, we're going to do this one. Is one, to get the selling part done, so we feel like we're good that we've got all that wrapped up. But then the other thing is just me dealing with not remembering everything. It's like, okay, well, if we finish out this day and I attach the mower front onto this thing, and then the baler back, it'll be pretty easy to do the math that, oh, right, I'm supposed to do the baler. But that's fine. Oh, I didn't even look. What was on sale today? A tree planter and another trailer. Honestly, like not before the cedar. Getting a bigger trailer would be something to probably not put off that far. I think after we do get a much bigger harvester into cedar, I think next thing to get equipment-wise might actually be get the semi front end. And like the big trailer, that kind of stuff, because that shouldn't cost me too much money. Like the front part of the semi will be a bit pricey, but after we get that, like getting like the big thing for putting crop in won't be that bad. Getting the giant thing for water won't be that bad. So it might even be one of those things that, like, I buy a thing of land, I buy a tool, I buy a thing of land, I buy a tool. You know, put in production line stuff as it makes sense in the middle of all that. Alright, so you're done with that, so we can drop you off here. And go grab the baler I left over here. And then we can grab the mower. And then we're getting pretty much just about time to wrap up for the day. I just wanted to get that squared away so I'll be, you know, able to remember what we're left off at. So this should be fine. We'll notice that we have like the extra tile. Like when I pull up the map and I look at it, I'll be able to look at this and see, oh, I've got this big square cut out here. Actually, we might even be able to go with that rock there. I might even be able to go and add more up here. We'll see. I might try and expand that field to be more. Because right now that field... it's bigger than any of these three fields. It's probably similar in volume to that field, but definitely smaller than this field. But that's fine. The big point is it'll be a lot more crop. Which is what we care about. Because it's more money. Yep, and what I can do is I can just move right here. And I will know next time that I was going to mow the grass. Okay, so with that said, let me quickly save before I forget. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to go find someone to raid over here on Twitch. For all of you over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream will be ending for all of you, so don't forget to check back here in the future. I do stream every single day, except for Thursdays, from 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. So check you later, YouTube. And check you later, TikTok.